How we doing this morning, gamers? Happy Friday. Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves is a new open world RPG that's anime art style similar to Genshin Impact. It's on PC and I think mobile. I've got a sponsored bit for them we're going to do at the end of the stream today. Snap for a good long while, and then we're going to do an hour of them to wrap up. Well, you get the drops type thing where you could gift 2 subs and get something for free in the game. I have no idea, Tobias. I don't know if you just have to be streaming in the category for that or if you need to be on some type of special list. Flippin' Ninja, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Keef, thanks for the entire year. If you just have to be in the category for it, yeah, that'll be active. Have a sword indeed, Keef. What is the, hold on, yeah, let me check the goals on the Warpath thing. There's one for making it to chapter 17. I don't know exactly what that entails. Silence, but I assume that's the bigger one. PR Romeo, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. So, ooh, that's actually noteworthy. There's is someone on last 30? I am on last 30 days. Like that can't possibly be true. It still has links in it. So. Not super surprising to see Pile O Sarah cards. Oh, I was expecting this to be a Spectrum deck, actually. That is actually kind of interesting. Just like full Sarah ongoing. Where like you're only, it's Sarah Surfer ongoing. I'd buy that for $1. That sounds great. Gonna import that one. Well, it's a lot of pretty generically good cards plus Punisher and Captain America, yeah. Are we finally gonna split Captain America, chat? Is this his time? Has his moment come? Samuel, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Gosh, I almost want to try this too. This is a Cannonball deck without Professor X. It's like good stuff cannon. Hey, the auto Nomura deck still here putting up stats. I kept this one in my deck editor. I think this deck is like genuinely pretty good. I felt like it had good lines to it. This is a moment that I want all of you to soak in for a second here and realize, but I don't think it's a mistake that a top performing bounce list here is just not playing werewolf. We're gonna dig specifically for werewolf stats here in a minute, but to put it lightly, I think there's a non-zero chance that they could just put Wolf back to a 3-3, and it's probably still not good. Annie Destroy deck still putting up numbers here. I never played with this one. Maybe we'll give this a go too today. What changed? Cards are bigger. I think the primary thing that changed is not only are the numbers on cards a little bit bigger today, but there's also more incidental clutter and Professor X, which are both very bad for the dog. I don't think his problem is at all related to not being big enough. I think it's 100% about the context of the decks he's trying to, like, just look at how many of this, like, this style of deck is such an atrocious matchup for it. This is the closest thing to good stats we've seen for the doggo. God, I'd be surprised if Falcon is good with only 3 1-drops. Thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Buffing Wolf on a week where people were already primed to play Clutter because of Nomura hurts. I actually think takes like that are kind of silly. I think people often greatly overstate the amount that people actually adjust to play counter decks into new things. It's simply just a matter of recency bias where you're remembering more vividly when you hit the counters despite likely always playing against them. Untapped is currently bugged and displaying the old stat lines for cards. I pinged their people last night. They're supposed to be checking it this morning. J Turbo Banana, thank you for the 28 months. So the metrics here are tracking after the OTA, but visually Untapped is showing the old numbers on stats. So these are all numbers from post OTA. Speaking of numbers, I posted these and we were talking in the subs Discord, but werewolf by night, their wolf by night, chat. It's not a good scene. I meant to click me stuff, guys. It's not a good scene for my boys, chat. Look at the way they massacred my boys. My poor lads. Hitmonkey. I think Hitmonkey might actually be better than Wolf. Is that true? It is. Hitmonkey is actually higher average cubes than Wolf, which doesn't surprise. It's actually lower win rate, higher average cubes because this card is cube equity. They don't see it on the board. I want to use my 70-month sub anniversary to say I skipped Captain America, and I'm very upset he's been buffed, and I don't see him coming in spotlights anytime soon. I refuse to spend extra tokens because Second Dinner tricked me. Honestly, Socio, I think it's really important. That I elevate community messages and valid concerns. I'm gonna tweet your resub message here. Like when will Second Dinner stop scamming our honest player base with their clearly gotcha style rebalancing? When will Second Dinner stop scamming our honest player base with their clearly gotcha style rebalancing? All right, yeah, that's good. I'm gonna ship it. I assume you're okay with me putting your username in here, Socio, right? I could clip it or block it if you want, but I assume cool. Yep, ship it. The best part about sending a tweet like this is I'll get people who don't follow me unironically responding with this, not understanding the sarcasm, and then I'll get to block them for being idiots. So this is just like a super win-win tweet because it honeypots people who are idiots to find them for the block list, just like very cleanly. The bait has been set. Yes, exactly. Thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3 Soci and everything else you do here. Frequent, thank you for the baker's dozen. Welcome back. Could be argued he was a master at baiting, indeed. Hella's the best performing deck? Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh no. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I am shocked that Loki is performing this side. Shocked that Loki is performing this side. Jeff, after the conversation in the subs Discord last night, I've been playing the Little Sage deck this morning. I went up 100 SP in the past hour. It definitely feels like a deck that's perfect with Leech knockback down. I like that deck a lot. Yeah, I think it's solid. Andy Pip, thank you for the 5 months. Super Freak, thank you for the 19 months. Good morning, good morning. Lockdown and Hella. 2 of the top 3 performing. Nomura stuff actually up here too. What does Nomura stuff entail? I assume it's the auto deck, but what else? Auto deck actually the best performing build. This build with Scar looking really bad. It's honestly the best auto deck cook maybe ever. I think it's ever. I think it's the best auto deck they've ever put into the game. How bad is Cerebro 2 looking? That's a good question. I assume awful is the answer. Seeing stats like this is so incredibly validating me, for me personally, when people are like, what if we put Captain America in C2? And I'm just like, that sounds fucking terrible. Don't do that. That one deserves the Twitter too. The Captain America in Cerebro 2 is a prime example of making a change that doesn't actively solve any of the problems an archetype has. If you're looking to optimize and change deck lists with new cards, you should always be asking yourself the question, what problem does this deck have, and how does this new card work to solve one of those problems? And Cerebro 2 does not regularly lose games because Cerebro doesn't have stats. It doesn't. Also, I think it's probably not a coincidence that neither of these builds are playing Nico in their shit. That also, when you say, Jeff, you look at this deck list, what does it tell you about the deck builder? I would look at both of these deck lists and say the people that put them together don't understand Cerebro 2 at a fundamental level, because skipping on Nico Minaru is a huge miss because she is simply one of the best and most important cards in the archetype. Cerebro 2 is trash. I think Cerebro 2 in general is fine. If we look at the last 30 days, I believe there's some builds that are okay stats. Yeah, like the popular Cerebro 2 build from the last 30 days. Like these metrics are fine. Even this one that budgets Nico actually still kind of okay. Much smaller sample here and lower win rate. The average cubes are something that tends to go down the bigger a sample gets. So in the samples under a few hundred games, usually win rate is a little bit more indicative. What else do we have? Cerebro 3 actually having a weak performance kind of surprises me because this deck had really strong metrics a lot and it gained Luke Cage. But I also wouldn't be surprised, I guess, if this deck sucks shit against Hela, and Hela is on the up and up. Ongoing, still putting up good stats after the change to Luke and Spectrum doesn't surprise me. This deck is really good and losing 2 points doesn't change anything. Do we have any numbers for Cap versus Punisher? It doesn't look like it. As a card reference, chat. Holy shit. I haven't seen a number that high for a card that popular in a long time. That is. Whoo, doggy. Hey, ligature, no problem. I always like helping promote members of the community. You versus the guys she tells you not to worry about, huh? Have I tweeted too many stats this morning? Never tweeted too many stats, gamers. Impossible metric. Tweeting too many stats, never once. You versus the folks she tells you not to worry about. Yep. Is Ravona getting up there? I would be surprised if Ravona's stats much better than Professor X. Yeah. So, Ravona is the type of card that honestly, it's getting similar to Zabu at this point, that while she's present in a number of top decks, she also gets played in a number of absolutely garbage tier decks as well. So I would expect her stats to always be fairly middling even as her play rate gets high, just because the range of things she gets played in is so big. Whereas like Hela only goes in Hela decks that all tend to be mostly good. Like there's some MODOK Hela stuff that's very clearly awful, but like most of the Hela is being played inside of decks that are very good. All right, I think I have enough decks to jump in with. What do I want to do? I want to do the Annie Wolf, Annie Destroy at some point, Good Stuff Cannonball, Surfer. I think we're going to start with Surfer ongoing. I want to play some Ravona Werewolf. Speaking of bad Ravona decks, I want to play some Ravona Werewolf. I want to try some Thor Wolf today too. A few things in the... So I want to ask how Baron Mordor's doing. I assume terrible, but let's check. Better than Beast and Werewolf by Night. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Oh, my sweet summer child. You know not what you do. I know exactly what I'm doing though, chat. And I'm about to run some freaking adverts. Should have subscribed to the channel or maybe checked out one of our free sub promos. Like the one going on right now for our latest sponsored game. We'll catch you in 120 seconds. Otherwise, BRB. Play some games when we get back. I have no idea. I saw your message earlier, Ozzy. Sorry, I don't actually know how you would end up with an off cold like that. Apologies. Is Captain America a real card now? I mean, he can't possibly be worse than he was before, yeah? All right, I'm gonna give Mr. Fantastic one split at gold here, since we're gonna play him in this deck list. Have you seen more Hela since the OTA? Hela objectively is about the same play rate on Untapped as it was before the OTA. Damn it, bro! That's not the gold I was talking about. I have enough boosters to go one more time. I'm gonna go one more time. Oh wait, actually, is he fool's gold by default? He's kind of fool's gold by default, isn't he? Yeah, I won't. He actually has a few kind of fool's goldy variants, doesn't he? All of these are kind of, both of these are kind of gold by default. I was gonna do that one. Yeah, honestly. I feel like if I was second dinner, if you're listening, anytime you put artwork in the game that has a pseudo gold background by default, you're literally losing yourself money. I look at it, I'm like, yep, don't gotta upgrade that one. We're good to go. They're throwing money away. Prime Viridian, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I think I'm actually gonna skip the Jessica Jones. I don't think I like this art $50 more than my current art. And I just don't play the card enough, even if it's kind of close. 50. I like the art. It's just, it's hard for me to justify spending $50 on art that's just like only a bit better than what I have on a card that just doesn't see a lot of play. Because these just aren't art resources I need. So are we at 100,000 tokens? Yeah, I broke 100,000 tokens while claiming stuff on the collection track last night. This is for the record, if you're a small spender who buys Token Tuesdays, you should definitely buy this if you have the gold. This is a similar rate to Token Tuesdays, you get a free piece of art with it. Get those ultimate variants. Yeah, I might buy Killmonger before we play him later today. I've got Killmonger pinned because the fantasy variants are some of my favorite. That is Marble Dice thrown on the shelf behind me, yeah. My favorite ultimate variant? I think it's either Armor or Typhoid Mary. I think are my two favorites. I do still have a FlexiSpot promo code. Yeah, check them out. I think I'm supposed to play him proactively in this deck. Show Jam, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. How do you feel about Cap in C2? We talked about it a little bit at length earlier today, but the TLDR is definitely, I don't think he actively solves any problems the deck has, and I think he's bad. How is there not Mobius in this deck? What should I be cutting for Mobius, gamers? It's probably like Rogue or Punisher, yeah? What's the average monthly cost to have a full collection ASAP? So those are two different questions you just asked. There's one price to have a full collection. There's one price to get to a full collection from nothing, and then there's a different price to continually maintain that full collection once you're there. I actually don't know the answer to the first question there that you asked. I don't know how much it costs to get from nothing to a full collection. I did, however, very recently run the numbers on how much it takes to maintain a full collection once you're there, and you can see those numbers on my YouTube channel there. It's just this. I think it's just this. They just didn't play for the left. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. They can't play into Jotunheim. But they also can't kitty right here, right? And anything big gets small.
Victory.
The Muddle, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. They forgot about US Agent. Yeah, I think they did. I think you are accurate. They forgot about US Agent. Last Standing Light Bear artifact is great, especially with Tabisa. Yeah, Walker's been growing on me for sure. I think I want Mobius over Rogue. I think Rogue and Red Guardian's a little redundant. I think I'd rather have Red Guardian. Played Vala, Tabisa, Walker, Lucius, and Ronan. Red Guardian is a good and consistent card. Agree. I'm gonna put US Agent over here, so that way if we spike Brood, we can trigger the White Hot Room. I have to say, chat, I say this every time, so to the point where sometimes I feel a little silly, but like, genuinely, every time I play Luke Cage, I feel like I'm reminded that, like, man, this card is really good. There's just so many different locations that he fixes variants on. Oh no! That's actually so unlucky. Them taking my goose means I can't Sarah. Okay, I still get to play 3 things next turn at least because of the white hot room energy, but that's unfortunate. And the Mr. Fantastic keeps him honest over here too, which is nice.
Avengers! Assemble.
Kneel before Galactus.
Their username is definitely accurate. They are in fact a Supreme Savage. Red Guardian feels good to me because unlike some tech cards that can feel bad to play on curve to the stat line, they have no function in the game. Red Guardian is still a 3/5 so long as he hits anything, even if the ability isn't one you wanted to remove. Yeah, I think Red Guardian is the perfect tech card design. It's a card that has a high floor and a lower ceiling than most other tech cards. It's not this massive supreme blowout that things like Shang and Enchantress are when they work. Funky Base, thank you for re-upping for the 2nd month. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Mods, this is me letting you know that I'm just gonna time out people for the rest of the day suggesting I play Cerebro 2 with Captain America. Feel free to do the same if I miss any. It's just such an awful suggestion. All right, so I think the plan here is we build a Captain America path and a Brood Surfer path, basically. To have 2 different ways to push stats. I can help, make me a mod. You have a sword, Keef. I gave it to you when you reset this morning. Can you elaborate on why Captain America is bad in C2? Captain America is bad in Cerebro 2 because Captain America doesn't actively solve any problems that Cerebro 2 has as an archetype. Look, when you look at Cerebro 2 and you say, what issues does this have? None of those issues are solved by adding Captain America to it. So part of me wants to just Red Guardian punch this and then try and Cosmo next turn as a surprise, I think is my plan. We're definitely kicking their sandcastle. It's more of a question of how are we kicking it.
Assemble.
Behold my mighty hand.
This gives me 8, 10. Gives me a bunch here. They don't have Sarah or anything, so I have to imagine they're dead here. Maybe I should just assume they're punting here and Cosmo at the center. I think with the USH, I'm probably supposed to assume they never play here. For the record, just to give extra context to Cerebro Captain America, several other content creators have posted content with that awful idea so far, and here are the fruits of their labors playing out in public. It's not good. It's not good, gamers. It's real bad as expected. Bad win rates, worse cube rates. I think our opponent might have disconnected here. Unlucky. I don't think they rage quit, chat. I think there's a chance that they stayed because it was the proving grounds, and then they closed the app instead of conceding on autopilot, not realizing they were going to make us wait. As someone who's done that before, it's just like, I think it's hard to assume malice in a spot like this. Can you show the stats if you exclude Captain America? So there aren't really any meaningful stats for non-Captain America Cerebro 2 after the patch. But if you look at the previous 30 days, non-Captain America Cerebro 2 has like decent stats and like a few hundred game sample sizes. If you roll back to the start of the stream, it's easier to do that on the YouTube side. You can see us do a full data dive for like the first half hour of the stream today. I think it's crazy that Nico isn't any of those Cerebro ticks. Yeah, when we looked at the Cerebro stats earlier, I definitely said you could tell the people that built these Captain America Cerebro 2 decks are not Cerebro 2 players, because Nico Minaru is one of the best and most important cards you can and should be playing in Cerebro 2. So anytime she's not present, you could know that the people who put it together don't get it.
Victory. Oh, snap.
X-23 Red Hulk. Okay.
Opponent snapped.
Statistically, we are supposed to leave here. But I play best of one in this game mode, so that's what it is. I beat them since they snapped here. I don't have priority this turn, so I'm just going to go ahead and punish her rather than Cosmo, because Cosmo's not going to catch them either way. Is Goose more important to get down early? Yeah, I guess they all cost 1 after I do this. I don't know that it really matters. Like, we're torched here regardless. Calm down, calm down. I fixed it. Doesn't matter, we're super torched either way. So far, this is definitely having big, not linear enough to keep up with other decks producing numbers and not disruptive enough to slow them down. Might be. I give this one or two more tries here, but good chance this is a trash can pile of cards. Ben, to answer your question from earlier, I started with Snap this morning because my Snap backlog of content for YouTube is basically on empty since I knew the OTA was coming up, so we need more Snap time today to hopefully have some YouTube highlights. I don't think Hope Summers solves any of the problems that I just talked about. Hope Summers does not give us bigger numbers or disrupt our opponents. It's a good, clean example of what we were talking about earlier when we said, look to actively solve problems your deck has. Does not do that. I mean, this very much isn't an ongoing deck of mine. I think ongoing decks in general are very good and strong. The stats support ongoing decks being quite good. This is decidedly not an ongoing deck. It's a surfer deck first. That is mostly middling stat lines for things to be surfing. And then they are most likely to Hela in the center, so we'll play there.
Avengers!
minions to me.
We are the future.
I felt they were most likely to Hela in the center because that's where they needed points guaranteed the most. Didn't play out that way. When you Hela your opponent and then feel bad about the results. Alright. I'm gonna tap the ads button. We're gonna play a different deck when we get back. I'm throwing this one in the trash can. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. And another one down, and another one down. Another one bites the dust. Hey. I've been pleasantly surprised at how good Cap has felt to the Gene ongoing shells. No, I think he's fine in there. Yeah, we're gonna play some more wolf decks. Not all wolf decks today. We're gonna try a few more. I'm not fully ready to write our pup off, even if he's definitely struggling. Werewolf by Night is struggling. Yeah, Werewolf by Night is likely not very good. I think it really highlights just how different the average gamer's brain works when thinking about cards. Cause like, putting Captain America in Cerebro 2 was just like not remotely a thing that ever sounded good to me at any point. I didn't even consider it. It was just like, that just doesn't make any sense. And it's just like, there's been so much of it. Honestly, I'm thankful to the other content creators that got people to play that shit deck so I could have stats to point at to be like, hey, this deck is shit. BioRad, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Noel, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Hey, Duck, can you link my tweet with the stats in it? Put a it's terrible and then link the tweet. This is always very interesting to me. So Spyro's one of the folks that always talks about Loki being crazy at the top end of the ladder. And this Surfer Cook was one of his that we just finished playing. And it's really interesting to me to hear him say he feels like this Surfer deck is competitive and is just a better version of the Spectrum deck because it doesn't have Jean Grey and the other board control type things, which I think makes it, that's like one of the defining features of the Spectrum deck. So I didn't play Iceman on 1 here because with Ravoda on 2, I could go Werewolf into Iceman on 3, which is kind of sweet. Well then. I know I'm bouncing the dog, but with the Elysium, I think that's fine, yeah? Uh-oh. Well, now we're not bouncing the dog, and it's more fine, I think. My mama didn't raise no coward, shit. My mama didn't raise no coward. You think they're an Annie deck? I suppose they could be an Annie deck, because I definitely want to fill Baxter Building. Cool.
Victory.
Cannonball, baby. Yeah, baby. I think we're beating Cannonball, though.
Snap.
We haven't seen anything other than Hood that could imply Cannonball is a concern, though, or that Annie's a concern. So they might just be a destroy variation. So, good morning, Robo Snake Ape. Thank you for the 43 months. Welcome back. We tried Blink Galactus. No, I don't think that's really on my radar to try. Yeah, Lady Deathstrike is definitely a card in their output range. And Guardian the Patriot. I think there's a good chance they're not a Mystique build. I think I have a good chance to fill the center of this turn, and I want to take it. Certainly a Killmonger deck here is noteworthy. Alright, we gotta win a coin flip here. Unlucky. So even if they're +4 here, we're still winning that, yeah? This is 1, 2, 3, 4 different costs, 5 different costs. This is +14 in the middle. The real Mysterio right is only +2. I don't think Blue Marvel is usually in the output range of this deck. I don't think I play around Blue Marvel until I see it. Or would I put their last few cards? So I think Death and Lady Deathstrike are 2 of their missing cards. Mysterio's not on the tracker for some reason. That's a 3rd. And then, yeah, I'd probably expect Bucky or a Nico or some other way to destroy something as the other. There's definitely Mysterio and Death. There's some other way to blow something up. Is Mysterio out there because he's never revealed himself? Yeah, maybe. I don't know exactly how that works. It's definitely a little buggy on the tracker's end, though. Oh, you know what? I'm going to totally just White Widow into Sage here in the middle. And then we'll beast him back. Cannonball. I think Cannonball's unlikely. Jotunheim is good with the goblins. Yeah, the goblins in general aren't super strong against Carnage and stuff, but there goes Carnage, so. We do this, and then we have Widow Beast next turn. We get into trouble if they debris us left or right this turn, but I think debris left or right is unlikely, given they probably don't want our rock to have a bonus in DC. They can Grandmaster the Goblin back. There'll only be a coin flip for that, though, right? Because of Squirrel Girl. Watch us get debris after they snapped us here. Could be hanging out. Sure. Real Mysterio's probably left. I wouldn't be surprised to get Lady Deathstruck here this turn. That could have been the reason for their snap. They could also have Mockingbird teed up here. Their Mockingbird is free at the moment. Oh, are they playing Annie? Annie could be one of the missing cards still.
I am Iron Man.
Are you? Are you Iron Man? That definitely wasn't a card I was expecting to be in their output range. But we will happily escort it to the trash can. It is worth noting that once we punch Iron Man, he gets +3. I do still need to do this. Valk! Oh wow, and they even played around, Red Guardian. Yeah, clean game for them. I don't think I had any lines to beat a Valkyrie at the end here, yeah? Oh, games like that are, if I'm being honest with you, chat, it is a little frustrating to see chat constantly praise my opponent when we are currently playing a matchup that is incredibly polarized in their favor. You're like, oh wow, look how good and smart my opponent's plays were while they play their Valkyrie Carnage deck against your Hobgoblin Green Goblin. How brilliant they were at the loading screen. This is one of those ones where it's just like, well, if this wasn't Conquest, you just like nope out on the ladder, but because it's Conquest, we're locked in a room with them, right? Honestly, I'm just gonna go to the next match. It's just a game that's incredibly polarized in their favor.
Escaped.
I don't think there's any reason to continue playing. I think even with perfect play, knowing their deck list, we're very unlikely to win. Avocado Gory, thank you for the Hawaii 5-0. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Like, for the record, I don't think the opponent played poorly. And their deck seems reasonable. It's just, they had Grandmaster. They had Grandmaster against my Goblin deck, too. It's just so weird to be like, wow, this is really solid. They have a bunch of tech cards that shit on you. Look at them go. They also had Debris to make our Werewolf worse on top of it, too, yeah? Tisharu, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Weird comment from chat. Sounds like good counters. Yes. Sounds like excellent good counters against the Hela decks that are popular. It does sound like good counters against my random pile of cards that might be bad. Is probably bad. First time chatter, more like last time chatter, am I right? I guess, my core, to say the last thing on it, you wouldn't applaud or say that something skillful went on when rock lost to paper in rock, paper, scissors. You also wouldn't say that the paper player played poorly. They made a good choice and they got paid off for it. But it's just like, ooh, paper got shit on. Got him.
We are the future.
Okay, so we could Widow's Bite to clog a path again. I think I want to end the dog over here. They discarded Infinite and 10 power Black Cat. I'm going to have 12, 14 here. They're -5. So I'm up 19. You want to fill the right and leave the dog where it is. Yeah, maybe that's the play, actually, because that way we beat, what's his name? And we lose to Infinite in one spot, we win the other two. That seems fine. Although, this loses to Infinite here, Black Cat here, yeah? Hell in the middle.
Minions to me.
But did my original line beat this? Do we get Twitch chatted? I think we were dead regardless, right? If I would have put Jane and White Widow here, I would have only been +12 to be 15 to 15. And I would have won the right. But we would have tied here and I would have lost the breaker. So it would have been 10 to 22 here and I would not have been +13 over here, I don't think. My dog would have been +8 to 21, so I would have been 25 here. So my line would have made it closer, and it would have jumped the dog around. I would have been 25 to 16, and I would have been +9, but would have only been 15 to 15 here. There it is. Thank you for the entire year. Welcome back. Using the power of hindsight, should have filled the left, not the right, dude. Should have known the way the hella flip was gonna go.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
So, ham into negative zone implies cage or bounce. Or maybe Lady Deathstrike? This is probably the Pixie Deathstrike deck, yeah? Which is probably also bad for our goblins. That's tough, chat. I don't know that goblins are actually playable Marvel Snap cards. There's just so they just have such a polarized matchup table, yeah? Like you can't play them. They're an Annihilus deck. You can't play them into Annihilus. I can't play them into Carnage. We got Lady Deathstrike. Yeah, White Widow is like a playable version of the Goblin effect. Yeah, and then there's also the added risk reward of, well, what if they fill? I think that list was worth the try, but I think we're ready to move on. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust.
Snap. Opponent snap.
What about Wolf Surfer? We played a little bit of Wolf Surfer yesterday, and it just felt very clunky and bad. Lady Deathstrike Durf was literally just one power, right? I never see her anymore. Yeah, she's 100% A. The psychological nerf here really made people put her down. I have Quake. I have Quake. Everything is fine. Calm down. Actually, they probably just don't compete for here, yeah? It continues to be an incredibly underrated Marvel Snap card. She's very, very good, gamers. Ultralight Beam, thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate the support. Twitch is my full-time gig, and those direct subs are a big part of why that's able to be possible. So thanks for keeping me around. What would you replace Widow with in this deck? Another 2 energy card that you could play on curve that has an on-reveal effect. If you want to know what are good replacements to common Series 4 and 5 cards that have replacements for them, you should check out my tier list video. I explicitly made a point in that to call out which Series 4 and 5 cards regularly see play that I think are replaceable and which cards you should consider replacing them with. Uh-oh, we have a Domino gamer, you should retreat now. I mean, for the record, the Domino Blink decks are very reasonable. Domino is not very reasonable, but the all of the cast surrounding her is very solid. I think it's Red Guardian and White Widow this turn. I just have to decide where I want Mojo World to end up at on the last turn. I think it's this.
Escaped.
I don't feel like playing a full match against Sandman. I'm gonna go to the next one. Does Red Guardian make the Widow's Kiss -6? No, Widow's Kiss is a base 0 power with an ability that makes it -4. So Red Guardian removes that ability and then it's just -2.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Walrus, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. I can't play around Galactus and Professor X. Professor X is more common. I have to move where the Onslaught Citadel is, though, to play Quake this turn, which is not great. Means Galactus. I don't think that's strictly true. The core that the opponents played is typically more indicative of Sandman than anything else. Galactus just isn't a super commonly played card anymore. Yeah, I stopped Galactus, but we just like eat shit to a Professor X on the right. Does Daredevil show the order of the play cards? He does not, actually. They don't know where my dog is ending. Looks like just like traditional clutter, not Galactus. If I pull Werewolf out of the center, I lose the center if they play nothing there. That's the problem. But I also just like lose the left to anything sizable. We're probably dead, unfortunately. Like them to play something in the middle. Yes, I'm aware their Jeff can move too. Didn't play anything and they assumed we moved the dog. I don't think we have any lines that win here though, right? Because I'm pretty sure we lose left and right without playing for them. Wait, what? Deal.
Victory.
As you will. Call me Monty. Thank you for the entire year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Hoisted by something that wasn't me. Someone won that game, but I'm not sure it was us. The pixie aspect of this deck is probably bad. I keep looking at the cards we can shuffle. They keep looking not great. Might cut Pixie Mobius for other things. Played Pokemon Unite all the last year or two. I forget when the last time I loaded it up was. It was probably within the last year. I take it all back, chat. Pixie's lovely, don't cut her. Oh! They're likely Cerebro 3.
Victory.
Blueprint Sentinel is good looking. I don't see that one super often. Commonly play card.
Snap.
This is likely not useful for us. They're a Luke Cage deck. You guys supposed to save this for after the wolf. It's close though. Yeah, that's a really good curve here for us. Holy. Yeah, with these draws, I think rocks are good for us overall. How is Jade still 5? Because Pixie can assign the same cost back to a card. It's a feature. Noxon, you already played by one discounted card. Rocks are one. Rocks don't get shuffled with Pixie. They didn't start in my deck. Opponent very smartly putting Luke Cage in the path with the rocks to dodge my Red Guardian. That's sharp.
Face the Might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Carl, you got Infinite Tick with a Black Knight deck without Hela. If you got a link, I'd love to see it. Yep. Man, it would have been so good. I could have gone this into this and then done this still too. As is, I think we just do this now, right? We punch this. We end up big here, big here. We lose this to Valk. We win left and right. Dinkoshi, thank you for the Baker's Dozen. Appreciate the 13 months. Welcome back.
Victory.
Black Widow be better than Mobius this deck. I think I'm gonna cut Pixie and Mobius after this match. They've been kind of lackluster.
Opponent.
Probably for some more.
Oh, snap.
Probably for some more on reveals. Where'd you rank Red Guardian among tech cards? I don't rank how. I think Red Guardian is the best designed tech card Marvel Snap has ever released, but you might not be asking from a design perspective. Quake with Warrior Falls can mess him up here. Nico Banaru is good in this deck. You don't gotta sell me on Nico Banaru, gamer. Hit me. We stand the Nico. Is Yellow Jacket staying or is he going to? Why would I cut Yellow Jacket? Yellow Jacket is very good. King Vinci gamers. Trying to cut my Yellow Jacket. I think this works the way I want it to, yeah? This goes here, Quake goes here, and then Yellow Jacket flips up because this is no longer Dark Dimension here.
I am Iron Man.
I think I'm gonna punch Iron Man in the mouth. So they can't Luke Cage and Valkyrie. Right? They can only do one or the other. If they Luke Cage, center is 16. I'm at 4, 7. I can only tie them at 16. And over here, this is Bastard. This is not. This is 8. And assume they play another 3, they'd be 15. So they'd be 15 to 14. Jane Center beats Luke Cage plus one other card. They could Valk plus Scarlet Witch. I don't think I could play around that. They could Luke Cage plus 2 other cards as well, though. They might just not play for the left, but they could also assume the dog is moving and play for the left. There's a lot of moving parts here. Yeah, I don't think I had the outs to play around Shang Luke, yeah. Just always did that. Why do we think Magic is good in Cerebro 3? Objectively, Magic is bad in Cerebro 3. All of the Cerebro 3 decks going bigger with Magic tend to have very bad stats on Untapped. The higher performing versions of Cerebro 3 that have somewhat consistently had reasonable stats are the builds that are explicitly playing lower curves and disruptive elements. They don't play things like Magic, Shang-Chi, and Iron Man. Usually they'll have like Valkyrie at their top end. They tend to be lower in curve, playing cards like Red Guardian and US Agent. I would like the record to reflect, I realize this is for all of our cubes and this might be wrong, but if it's wrong, I also just don't have a desire to be right. Giddy up, cowboy.
Are ye worthy?
Go left!
Are ye worthy?
Unlucky. Pixie's working really hard to try and make us not cut her, but she's getting cut after this game. If they play any card here, Red Guardian will bonk Mystique. Unlucky. Get Valk to the middle and die.
Fight to Asgard. Mjolnir.
Wonder if they have Valk and Shang. I'm gonna run some ads. I think I might actually just delete this deck rather than change some cards out. Werewolf by Night, probably not a very good Marvel Snap card, chat, and it hurts me to say it. Almost as much as it hurts you to experience these adverts. Catch you on the flip side. We'll be back in a minute. How is the Surfer ongoing deck? Atrocious. Felt significantly worse than playing the Spectrum Gene deck. Deck felt incapable of making big numbers while simultaneously not being meaningfully disruptive. I mean, I don't think Surfer is bad. There's some Surfer decks that have good stats that I think are quite reasonable. I think Red Guardian is ever going to get nerfed. Nope. I think Red Guardian is one of the best designed cards in Marvel Snap. And is perfectly fine as is. I think Gambit Combo is fine. I've kept that deck in my deck editor. I think it's a very reasonable pile of Marvel Snap cards. Shadow King stocks are up right now. What a first time fucking chat message to come into my channel and say. Please, dear Twitch chatter, tell me how Shadow King stocks are up. Is it stocks up against the ongoing deck? I guess they have Nebula. Are it stocks up against Hela? No, I guess not. Cerebro? No, not really. Blink? Oh, also not great there. I guess it hits Angela. Regular Hela? Nope, also shit there. Or perhaps are you coming into my Twitch chat and telling me that Shadow King stocks are up because you're watching me currently struggle and try to play Werewolf by Night decks? And Shadow King is good against the decks we've spent the last 2 fucking hours losing games of Marvel Snap with. Because you'd be right. Shadow King is very reasonable and solid against the terrible decks that I have spent today trying to play games with. But it's also definitely true that every single noodle we've thrown this morning has not stuck to the wall. Oh, look, chat. Oh, look, chat, it's just not that serious. Oh, someone said something and it's wrong, so it's just a joke? Oh, the streamer man was mean. Someone made a statement and he pulled up the data and referenced the data to show that the statement was silly. But the statement wasn't serious, streamer. They were just making a joke when you show that they're wrong. Aw, interesting. Fuck off. Been following my channel for, holy shit, been following my channel for 7 years and literally never dropped a Prime sub one time. Also never added anything of value to chat. Get out of here. Be gone, interloper. Ooh, double hood, double Iceman, double the fun. Land's annoying. I think I'm still just playing Hood. We'll count on redrawing a Nihilist, but scary. Monka White Widow! Oh no. I feel like Ben Brode is telling me to sign off. It's been a...
Escaped.
having some major regrets. It's been a tough morning. We're not signing off, Chad. I've got a handful of decks to play. It's been one of those. Some days you're the pigeon, other days you're the statue. I am going to be off during the day on Monday for Memorial Day, yeah. Monday night, I'm going to be doing a podcast that's recorded live on Twitch with another community member. So if you're around Monday evening, I'll post about that in Discord and Twitter. I think I'm vibing on this till post-Wolf, although I have Falcon. My wife and kids actually went out to the camper a day early without me. I decided to stay home and make Marvel Snap content today. And Benjamin Brode is reminding me that maybe that was a bad decision based on how much we've been a pigeon or a statue today. Like, oh, did I want to take a day off early, eh, streamer? Those are life choices we can make you feel things about. Icarus, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. You shared your thoughts on custom borders. I see you aren't rocking any. I think the custom borders are way too expensive, and I never intend to spend any of my own hard-earned dosh on custom borders. That being said, I'm a reasonable human being who, when a feature doesn't appeal to me or I think it's too expensive, I can just not engage with it rather than complaining endlessly about it on social media. Was Prime nerfed this month or next month? The Amazon Prime nerfs go into effect on June 3rd. So soon, TM. Prime is no longer meta, asking the real questions. I'm gonna do this. Punt the left. I guess I could put the demon here. And play for all three. Playing for all three is probably right. Yeah, they punted the right. For people that haven't heard the news on Amazon Prime nerfs, Daddy Bezos is tightening his purse strings, and starting on June 3rd, all Prime subs will be worth 10 to 20% less, with some of them being worth significantly less than that. So, Prime subs in US and Canada will be worth $2.25, down 10% from $2.50, and Prime subs outside of the US and Canada on average will be worth about $1.09. So getting cut by over half on average. Basically, how much your Prime sub will be worth on Twitch will be variable depending on how much you pay. How much you pay for your Prime membership. It will impact a lot of streamers' bottom lines. So I don't think your size of the streamer is necessarily how much it's gonna hit you with, so much as where your viewer base supports from. So like, I'm actually in a better off position than most, I would wager, because a majority of my subs actually come from the US and Canada. I would wager it will probably be people that have larger non-English speaking audiences, where Prime is much cheaper, that will now be worth significantly less. Poor 10th Century is back. Can't nerf me, Benjamin. Skoma, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it. The Mordor change really doesn't change anything. I think that's a very silly take. I think the Mordor change is a good example of the types of shots I am really happy to see Second Dinner take. You are correct that there is a very real chance that the Baron Mordor change means that he's still unplayable. However, his card is definitely just better than it was previously, and I'm glad that they are iterating on a card that is unplayable. I would also go so far as to argue it's a good thing that when they iterate on things, they don't overshoot and make them busted on the first go round. Shradow Lord, thank you for the 39 months. It's very similar to what we saw happen with Adam Warlock, right? Where like, they changed Adam Warlock, and he's definitely better than the completely unplayable card he was previously. But also, he's likely still not very good. And it's fine that he's not very good. They're gonna iterate on him some more. Do this, I think. I think it's just those. Them beasting backstage makes a lot of sense. How's this package feeling? To set a low bar, it feels like one of the better werewolf decks I've played. this. We're adding 16 to the center. Dog jumps 3 times up to 13, plus another 8, so we're 25 on the right. We could lose mid if they play hard for mid, but I feel like they're going to play for left and right here. Someone had big stats on the right. Oh my god, what about the Void? Holy crap, Sentry has text. Alright, take 2. First Nico, then Sentry. No, I want a dog to end on the right. You're right, I could have pulled the dog right and then Sentry middle, but then I wouldn't have had a lot of points on the right. It's fine. Sage ends up being 10 power anyways.
Victory.
We're gonna chalk that one up to being early. Shout out to Twitch chat for the save. Praise to the undo button.
Oh, snap.
Wolf bounce decks in general are performing very badly. This has been the best performing Wolf bounce deck by a large margin for me so far. And pop dodge Nice Man at least. Spotlight Cannonball. It's actually a 700 gold cannonball. I might Sage the left this next turn, we'll see. That is why we didn't do that. You get to punch Renslayer here at least. I'm gonna play the demon out because if I draw Iceman, I want to be able to Iceman plus Annie on the last turn. What about Wolf right now? Do you think that's causing for him to perform low bounce? He's struggling in general, not just bounce. There's two primary things that are making Wolf feel not like a great card. The first is that just all the numbers in the format are bigger than they were the last time Wolf was playable. The second is that The second is that the last time Wolf was a really playable card, there was less incidental clutter in the game. There wasn't White Widows, there was less debris, the Nihilist wasn't everywhere. Bounce also in general just kind of struggles as an archetype. So they have priority. I assume they end their Wolf on the right, right? I feel like there's a good chance this wins the game. And we win here and here while losing Baxter Building. Synonym, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back.
Opponent snapped.
Is Cannonball worth the tokens? These questions and more answered in my latest tier list video. Okay, Boomer. Thanks for the snap. Thanks for the snap.
Victory.
That was our to-win line. They thought I was locked in there with them, chat. Turns out they were locked in there with me. Alright, we're gonna play some more of this because it's set an incredibly low bar. It is the most competitive Wolf bounce deck we've played so far, based in large part due to the strength of the Annihilus package. We'll continue in 120 seconds with some more of it. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Surf, would I be worth 6,000 tokens as a card? Almost assuredly, gamer. Believe in yourself. You're 6,000 tokens worthy. This is the Twitter content I need, chat. This is why you stay on the site. Went on an insane run with Sage Bounce today. Notably, Sage Bounce without Werewolf, because this deck doesn't want Werewolf in it. And Gnome replies with, replacement for being able to pilot the deck. I haven't bought it with tokens yet. This is the replacement you need to be asking for. This is the big one most gamers are missing. And it's extra funny, chat, because Gnome's played a ton of Bounce. Gnome and Woody are up there with myself in terms of Bounce enjoyers. They've played a lot of the archetype. Alright, chat, about an hour till lunch. Sounds like an hour for pedaling. I think Sage is just better than Wolf at this point. I think Sage is better than Wolf and better than Hitmonkey, yeah. I think there's some argument that some decks want to play Sage and Hitmonkey, but if it's one or the other, Sage is the better card. Widow into Sage into Beast is a delectable curve. Wanted to say the tier list video is truly excellent. The feedback on it's been really good. I'm happy with how it turned out. The editor nailed it per usual. I think I finally figured out a format that does a stellar job of helping people understand which cards they should be buying. I also think it's really interesting to me personally to see how the perspective that I have on picking up cards is so different. Like, I watch a lot of Marvel Snap content, obviously, and it's very common in other places for people to say, like, oh, you should get Jeff the Shark because you can put it in any deck. And I really think that's just, like, not what you should be doing with your resources when you're constrained. Am I supposed to get Wolf going, or am I supposed to get Beast? My instinct is to do the Beast because of Great Web, but this is definitely a higher upside play getting the dog going. I have so many choices here. I think it's Beast Red Guardian. They do have our Cannonball's a good shout. That actually, them having our Cannonball makes Beast an even better choice, because it cleans the board up a little bit for us, yeah? This is one of the many reasons why I love this archetype. You look at spots like this, you're like, okay, I just have so many choices. There's so many ways this turn could play out. Very low chance I do it perfectly, and there's always something I can look to do better here, basically. Is New Century good? New Century is basically the same as Old Century with slightly less stat schemers. There's not some big, deep comparison that you're missing. They buffed Wolf for you. That's not true. I beasted first. My wolf literally ended up in the same spot regardless of Cannonball. Alright, so Sage is winning one path, and Dog is winning another. It's basically the TLDR here. Isn't the right order, though. How big am I here? 14. I'm one short, right? Two short. It's only 8. It's a lot of hate cards, gamers. Great Web hurting a good bit there, making it so that it was easier to predict where we're going to play at. Come on, gamers! It's not fair to make fun of my opponent playing Cosmo. It's not like literally every other card they played that game had an odd reveal ability. Oh shit, wait.
Oh, snap. Victory.
To their credit, Maximus and Gladiator are at least on reveals you want to get rid of sometimes. I suppose.
Snap.
Here is a really good take. I'm gonna quote this one from Glenn Jones a lot in the future. Data has demonstrated over time that more power is more valuable than being vulnerable to Shang-Chi. No card has ever gained win/cube percentage moving below that line. Fucking end scene. In the history of Marvel Snap, there has never been a card that has ever had a performance increase because its power was reduced outside of Shang range. That is such a good reference bit to be able to have. Quantum Realm's annoying. Sure, the data says that, but my feelings. Oh man, should have believed it just played Century, huh? So less isn't more, it is not. Yes, Werewolf by Night will chase his tail into deep space. But he won't come back out after. Isn't Hood Annie more? I need Werewolf to end in the center.
Victory.
So I can't play Hood into Annie, because then my dog ends left. He builds momentum to run into deep space, and due to the laws of physics, he never comes back. That's true, you know. Reality, thank you for the quarter of a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Snap on the White Widow draw here.
Opponent snapped.
Power Hood from the cable. Two, 8, 4, 3. Beastman tier. I'd like to dedicate this Annihilus to my opponent who thinned my deck in multiple ways. I appreciate you. Coin flip hard. Missed our D-Med, but, you know, is what it is. No.
Victory.
If you want to bounce with Werewolf, something close to these 12 cards I think should definitely be in your what's it called? Looking forward to either of the new 5 stars next patch in Genshin. I've kind of hit this point in Genshin where their lack of endgame content kind of dampers my interest in new characters. Like, I can basically do all the endgame content in their game already, so new characters don't really add value for me, and it's a lot of grinding to build them. Like, I pulled for the Knave, and I just haven't actually built her yet because it's so grindy to build them. I'm, like, still, like, loosely doing the story stuff and other things in the game, but, like, my interest in pulling characters is at an all-time low. Yeah, I heard we're finally supposed to get a new piece of endgame, so maybe that'll be interesting. We'll see. Loosely optimistic that could be a thing. AFK Journey has dominated my hero collector time lately. I like it a lot. I think this will be... I think this current Battle Pass cycle in Genshin Impact will be the first time I don't buy the Battle Pass since I started playing 2 years ago. Siege turn? I think it's a siege turn just based on curve purposes. Although I guess I might play her on the last turn. If I'm not sieging this turn, I'm like just playing Iceman. That's close. I think I just want to spend the energy. How does Annie Wolf compare to Stature Wolf? Well, this deck's less interactive, right? This is basically a purely linear deck. Meaning we're just trying to run our opponents down. think I'm doing this, and then next turn it's like this, into this. You're looking for replacements for cards like White Widow. I'd recommend checking out my latest tier list video on the YouTube channel, where I go through which Series 4 and 5 cards are good, bad, replaceable, or otherwise, and talk about why that is. Check them out. We're talking about Genshin Impact, Liwa. I'll always buy the Battle Pass and Snap, because it gives you meaningful things. The Genshin Battle Pass just gives you a bunch of weapons, that most of which aren't particularly useful, and then leveling materials that you eventually run out of needing. As long as there's a unique card in the Snap Battle Pass and meaningful currency, it's always the best first pickup. Both of these are fine for me. Yeah, in fact, that's great for me. Thanks, Bud. Appreciate you. So I'll shrink my wolf by 1, but it unlocks me in the center, which I think is worthwhile. Remember, their Jeff can move, so they're not locked in over here. Main reason you get the Genshin Battle Pass is for Serpent Spines. That's the spear, right? I have one of those at R5 and another at R1. You're right that one is good. Oh, the Claymore. I don't have any Claymore characters that need that one. Grandma Tony, are you in chat? It's easier to gift a sub if you're in chat. Can Carnage replace Widow here? Carnage is not a card that you could play on curve. Jeff needs a visual indicator when he hasn't moved yet for the opponent. Completely agree. He should float, and Nightcrawler should do the same. How many bottles of Bai do you have in your office now? I don't want to talk about it. This is my safe place. I don't need your judgment. Oh, I think I want to end the dog middle. I think it's just this. I think it's just this. Every time I come here, it's wolf in a different archetype. We actually did play a couple of non-wolf decks today. But yeah, we're back. We're back on Doggo, because Doggo's my happy place. We're trying real hard.
Victory.
Honestly, chat, Wolf being B- or C+ tier, so I could feel less embarrassed playing it, but still wouldn't have to play a bunch of mirror matches, would probably be a fine outcome. I am not doing viewer deck submissions today, Dilsky. I need to build back up my backlog of highlight videos for the YouTube channel. And doing viewer decks is usually a good way to not have good highlight content. I think incidental clutter stuff like Debris and White Widow providing meaningful counterplay to Werewolf is a great addition to the game, as well as things like Red Guardian. I just still really desperately need a rework on Professor X because he's so awful. So I have White Widow for Bar Sinister, which is great, but I don't want to snap it till turn 2 because I'd like it to be less obvious that I'm snapping because of Bar Sinister. So, we're gonna snap here. Let me take this line. Cosmic Doppler, thank you for the primer, appreciate it. We actually have priority here too, so depending on even if they play here, there's a good chance we catch them. They'd have to play like a Jeff onto the Bar Sinister to get us here. It's like also a White Widow when we get him. What a weird play. Is War Machine too expensive to be tech against X? He's just not a very good card. And he requires you put other clunky kind of not good cards in your deck. I can get Professor X this turn because of Ravona. This covers him in both spots. You can fill the right here. But if they fill the right, they're not annihilistic. I mean, that's fine for us, yeah? Yeah, cool.
Victory. Oh, snap.
Did this deck come from the dive or did Jeff build it? I find the insinuation in your comment insulting. Accusing me of going on the internet and downloading someone else's hard-earned Marvel Snap deck? Wow, gamer. You wouldn't download a card, don't download a deck. Net decking is stealing. This is your friendly reminder. If you're old enough to understand that reference, you should probably stand up and stretch if you're not currently exercising. So, like, this is the play, says local man, about to be Professor X on the left. And they haven't locked in their play yet, so they're hanging out. No, just a one deal.
Clear for takeoff.
I think I Annie, even though we're probably getting X this turn. They're just like also an Annie deck. I think I need to clear space in the middle. Cannonball middle wins all three. I'm trying to think if I can play around their Annihilus. Playing around a potential Galactus is a good shout, and this does that. We do lose to the Annihilus back. The more I watch this deck, the more I think there's probably something better for it than Wolf. Yeah, there's a very real chance that Wolf is not best in slot in this deck. And that the reason why it's having success is because of all the other cards. The Rocks would have gotten it. That's not true. I would have lost the left. They would have been 11-9.
Snap.
I think this could use a Professor X or a Storm. Marvel Snap Gamer implies that deck would be made better by adding more toxic prison elements to it. Fuck, I hate you for being right. You're very clearly right, but you didn't have to say it. Keep it to yourself next time. Do you want Storm in a Wolf deck? No, we're talking about cutting Wolf for a good card, chat, like Storm. That's the whole point of this conversation. We're talking about cutting Wolf in exchange for a good card. Is Storm as obnoxious as Professor X? No, not even a little. In fact, I would go so far as to say Storm is a good example of a well-designed prison card. The question is, do I cannonball? If they sentry and I cannonball, I lose. They have priority. Oh, they could hobgoblin me as well. Yeah, just dead.
Opponent snapped.
Boomer. Yeah, we drew the sentry too, so we would have gotten rewarded for just playing my Annie this turn. Alright. It's time for an ad break. I'm gonna be done with this deck. I think honestly, I'm gonna post this as a highlight. Just because I think this is one of those things where people are gonna ask about it and I would like a reference point, but this was easily the best Beast, Falcon, Werewolf by Night deck I played. And these 12 cards you could probably win a lot with. That being said, I would be very surprised if Werewolf is the best card to play in this slot. I think this deck was 100% carried by the strength of Sentry and Annihilus, and Sage being a good 3 energy stat line as another card. The rest of the package here did a lot of work, and Werewolf felt really clunky and awkward. This card it doesn't have good stats overall and untapped for a reason. The format both has bigger numbers in it for opposing cards, and Werewolf is smaller than he once was, and there's more cards that incidentally clutter your board seeing play that just make it hard to jump the wolf around. He just does not feel strong. Have some ads. We're gonna play a non-wolf deck when we get back, but still something new. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. His design is very cool, yeah. I agree with that. Is Sage the best surprise card recently? I don't know. I think anybody who is surprised that Sage is good is someone you should take a grain of salt with their card evaluation. When they moved Sage's data mine from 4 to 3, she very clearly became a very reasonable card. The amount of times I've lost to a location because of Nocturne is insane. Does it happen to everyone or just me? It's just your lizard brain having an evolutionary response to remembering when bad things happen to you while ignoring or forgetting the times where average case or positive things happen to you. Yes, Beast with White Widow is genuinely good, for sure. We agree on that. I don't want to do another Annie deck back-to-back. Anything else I wanted to try? What else got changed? We got Captain America. What were other buffs? There was Grandmaster. Can we do something with Grandmaster? We can play some of the Blink deck. We play some Gene Spectre. I think this is the only Captain America deck. While Captain America sucks. While Captain America sucks in Cerebro 2, I do think there's a chance that Grandmaster is okay here. I'm not gonna say good. I think there's a chance he's okay. I think reusing Storm is probably good. I think reusing White Widow and Iceman's probably fine. Using Shadow King is okay in some spots. Yeah, sometimes you want to re-hit Brood. Let me look at other Cerebro 2 decks to see, make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh yeah, I definitely want Goose. Goose is great. Something like this, maybe? On the off chance this is the start of a YouTube highlight, welcome to a Cerebro 2 highlight. You will not be seeing Captain America Cerebro 2 content from me on any of my channels because it does not actively solve any problems that Cerebro 2 has as an archetype and is actively shit because it creates other new exciting problems like being unable to play Goose and being unable to play Captain America into the Blue Marvel path. Let's play some games, try it out, some Grandmaster. I think Grandmaster potentially has good utility here. Reusing Storms, Broods, Shadow Kings, Iceman, White Widows all sound like potentially appealing things to do. It might also be bad. It might also be bad. Grandmaster might also be bad, but at least from a theory perspective, Grandmaster has some potential here. Unlike Captain America, who doesn't solve any problems this deck has. That is the when you are looking at Marvel Snap decks and you are looking to make changes and optimize, the number one question you should be asking yourself is, what problem does this deck have, and how do I work to solve that problem by making card changes? No, it'll still be up then, Token. So we get to go this into this. We could also tee up Shadow King potentially, but I don't know that I'm gonna be able to throw priority. Wait, if I do this, I throw priority, yeah? Yeah, this throws priority. I think we're just vibing because I wanna Shadow King here. I don't want to take priority by mistake. We beat that, yeah? When the Luke Cage flip up, I thought we were torched, but we're beating Hazmat. What problems does your Cerebro 2 deck have that Grandmaster can help you solve? Gaze, children! Gaze upon the glory of the match, and weep, for it is good. I misclicked. Can someone fix Shraza for me there? Apologies for the misclick. Wrap it up, we have the highlight. Yep.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
I appreciate gamers that will play Silver Best of 1. To the 18 months, Lovejoy. Welcome back. One interesting dynamic with Grandmaster in this deck is that when all other things are equal, we now have an incentive to storm the center over other lanes because we can send extra things into there after the fact. I just get rid of this. I think I just get rid of this.
Wind, aid my hand.
And then we're hoping to draw a goose for the center here. Just keep them locked out and playing big things. Yeah, Grandmaster draw this turn would have been good. That's a good show. Oh, they're Kazar. I was expecting Spectrum. I guess they could still be Spectrum, but Nico would imply Kazar, I suppose. Well, Nico, and then if I spike Cerebro off the top, we can play Cerebro plus Mystique. What makes Grandmaster bad generally? Well, previously, Grandmaster only had 2 points of power. Is a large part of what made it bad. And then we're just Torch here. These are literally, we needed to draw any of these 3 cards. Sorry, it previously had 0 power. We need to draw any of these, sorry, my brain said 3 because I was meant to say any of these 3 cards at the bottom of our deck were the ones we needed to draw. Unlucky.
Escaped.
This deck can win without drawing Cerebro, but generally speaking, you need to draw Goose with Storm and or Blue Marvel to do so, because you need to disrupt them. Cerebro's our way to win with numbers, and we missed there. The other thing that's kind of clunky about Grandmaster that has not changed is that Grandmaster has very specific sequencing decisions you have to make, right? You have to prioritize playing your on reveals to the left and to the right. You have to have the center location not be full. So there's definitely more issues with Grandmaster's kit than just, oh, it had 0 power.
Opponent snapped.
And there is a chance it's still not good enough, but plus 2 points of power is a really solid improvement. To say the least. Yes, Grandmaster does actual nothing with its on reveal if you play it center. That is correct. It has to actually move the card.
Aid my hand.
Got a good position for us here. We get to set up Goose in the center, and we've got our Cerebro going. It is definitely best in slot Shadow King. This game has so many cards that are close to clone, but each with their own little hoops to jump through. It's honestly a great way to put it. Oh, interesting. They could have re-rolled the location here, but chose not to. Or is it the copy mode? No, it's the copy mode. Wrong icon. Do I actually want to Goose against a Loki deck? I guess it stops Agent Coulson. Dodge a rogue, we can dodge a ball. Isn't Coulson a 2-cost because of Utopia? Goose keeps Coulson's 5 energy plays from being played in the center.
I am Iron Man.
Are Twitch drops still possible or no longer? There are not currently any active Twitch drops for Marvel Snap. Twitch drops for Marvel Snaps usually run somewhere between 7 to 10 days at a time. They, generally speaking, announce when new drops are going to be happening with the season announcement at the start of the season. And our next season starts June 4th. So June 3rd or 4th, we should know when June drops are happening. We could lose this because of the Shadow King, I suppose. And because we drew Blue Marvel. We really needed to draw literally any other card in our deck other than Blue Marvel, because they have a Jeff they could put here, so they just need to put more than 7 in the middle to beat us. So, pretty bad variance in these couple of games that we just lost. Like, literally any other card in our deck wins this one here. And they have Utopia to beat the Goose. The previous match we lost because our bottom 3 cards were Goose, Cerebro, Blue Marvel, the 3 cards we needed. Second, well, when will Second Dinner nerf Loki, chat? That's really the important takeaway here. When will Second Dinner save us from Loki? Do you like Namora? I think Namora is a very playable 5 energy card that absolutely will not be a metagame powerhouse. I think most of the upcoming cards, including our current release, are like solid 7, 7.5s, maybe occasionally 8 out of 10s. None of them are must-have cards that you need to be competitive in the game. We've seen how Agent Coulson compares to Loki in performance. It's not really a metric you can gauge, because most Agent Coulson decks are played with Loki. Airship might be king tier. I think people almost always greatly underestimate how good an effect like having an extra energy every turn will be.
Wind, aid my hand.
I'm hoping to draw White Widow this turn, I think. Ooh, that's actually really annoying. We have priority, so I don't have to worry about getting Cosmoed here, which is nice. I think it's this. I think it's this.
Assemble.
Variance has not been good.
Escaped.
They probably have Jeff and Nightcrawler. That is completely incorrect. You should expect neither Jeff nor Nightcrawler out of the stock Spectrum list. You're right that those are like generically fine cards that anybody could be playing in theory, but generally speaking, they are not a part of this established top tier meta deck. Can we get a wellness check on Cerebro? Asking the real questions.
Oh, snap.
Best replacement for White Widow and Cerebro 2. Gamers, if you can't come up with your own replacements for missing cards in a Cerebro deck, truly entirely, I'm gonna leave this one as an exercise to the reader. I know sometimes card replacements are less obvious, and I'm happy to help out, but this is not one of those times.
Assemble.
Oh, they might not be playing the Spectrum build. That's interesting. I saw this list on Untapped. It was playing Sarah instead of Spectrum. Cerebro actually just perpetuate our bottom 3 cards, though, by the way.
Escaped.
Not even just Cerebro. Like, you're gonna have a lot of games where you're Cerebro. 25% of your games, you're Cerebros in your bottom 3. It's really the fact that it keeps being Cerebro and Blue Marvel in the bottom 3 on top of it all. It's just like, good golly. Please, bro, please. Captain America is actually a really good one in Cerebro. Don't make me tap the fucking sign. Does exist! Ah! Ah! Chat! It's real! It's real! It does exist!
Wind, aid my hand.
Yeah, so part of me really wants to goose middle this turn, but I also, like, really want to fill here. It's probably right to just goose the middle, but I'm a little sad I can't fill the flooding. Oh my god, they're playing the Man Thing build. Yikes. I'm waiting on these because I need them to be a surprise. I need them to be a surprise, says local man about to be Cosmoed.
Assemble.
Okay, taking 4 cubes here gets us back in the game, gamers. This is obviously a very hard matchup for us with them playing Main Thing. We have to get a little bit fortunate and draw our deck's namesake, most likely, to have a good shot. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Unironically, this card is one of the biggest... Oh, I have the green border. We'll fix that after that. Unironically, this card is one of the biggest reasons that Captain America's absolute bunk in Cerebro 2. As someone who plays a ton of this archetype, it's probably my most played deck in Marvel Snap lifetime, or second behind Bounce. You win a significant number of games because of this card. Is Jean Grey? Yes, Goose plus Storm are largely responsible for a lot of your wins in this deck. Just being this little, obnoxious, disruptive deck. This ties the middle.
Opponent snapped.
Is 15 enough to win over here? How much can they add and how? They could go like Cap. Let's say they play Cap plus Jean Grey. Cap is 8, Jean Grey is 4, they go to 20. They could have Ant-Man. Chat, I'm fucking aware that Cosmo is there. Calm down. This is still 15 points. This is still 15 points. Claw for the center is a big deal, yeah. Is it actually just this? And we just hope they can't beat 20? I think we just do this. I think I bet it all here because I think this matchup is bad and I need to hope to win the bad matchup. Yeah! Shiggity Shrek! Get wrecked, boomer! Let's go! So something that is incredibly true when you are playing Conquest is that the more polarized a matchup is against you, the more risks you should take. Likewise, the more a matchup is in your favor, the less risks you should take. So because this matchup seems very challenging with things like Man-Thing that the opponent has and disruption like Cosmo and Jean Grey, I think staying in a spot like this for 6 cubes is quite good for us regardless of the outcome, because we need to take that risk. Goose is a good cat for sure. Their last card could easily be Spectrum. Yeah, I'm happy with our play there. Feels good. Feels good to eke out a hard matchup. Hey, Leroy, thanks for the quarter of a year. you're having fun with AFK Journey. I really like that one too. Goose is a good amount of protector little C2 babies. Yep. I think Namora is a very playable, reasonable card. Oh yeah, Goose Border. Oh, I already fixed it. I just forgot to favorite it. Yeah, perfect.
Snap. Victory.
Is C2 better than C3? By the metrics, they're both fairly competitive decks. I personally find Cerebro 2 a lot more enjoyable, though. This is actually really fun. I get to tuck her under here, and then tuck this immediately following.
Oh, snap.
Foolhardy Dragon, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. This Jace, they're a Hoaglandia regular. Often seen featuring this gorgeous Golden Girls deck that they play. They sponsored our White Widow split yesterday that we're now playing against them. Shout out to them for that.
Wind, aid my hand.
Nico makes the deck that we are playing significantly better. She is quite strong. There is a reason why in my latest tier list, Nico is literally in a tier all her own.
Wind, aid my hand.
Just graduated medical school. Congrats, Shunkle Monkey. Your post-graduation job hunt goes well. Looking to draw Mystique here. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded, etc., etc. So, Mystique plus Cerebro will give us 18 over here loosely. So I can move this, and we'll still be winning here. Then we get to Shadow King, torch them in the center as well.
Victory.
Fun fact, chat. This artwork here was actually modeled off the look and reaction of the average Marvel Snap player before they play a tech card and kick their opponent's sandcastle over. It's what they look like behind their cell phone screen. Sniper, good sniping.
Opponent snapped.
The squirrels are bad for me is the problem here. Stay, but it might be a mistake. This is significantly better for them than us. Oh, they finally got their Sage! And they got a green border at it too. I think they said they were up to like 17 splits on this card the other day. Blue Marvel, Cerebro Mystique. Can slide Nightcrawler into here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, wait. Storm means that doesn't work. It's bad. I can still just Blue Marvel. Got a Brood Med? Nah. This is only +6 here. It's only +4. I should have left when they stepped on 2.
Escaped.
Yeah, the squirrels put us very far behind.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
Play for all of it. Been a long match, let's play for all of it. Well, they have 4 energy, White Widow. I really need to draw any of our 1 energy cards here. Damn. I can add 8 more center. Oh.
Wind, aid my hand.
Their siege is 6. This is just always the play, yeah? It adds 12 here, adds 8 here. Why not if an Enchantress is a golden girl today? Oh man, by this much.
Victory.
What a close set. Needed the mystique there, every bit of the buffalo. Alright, gamers, it looks like it's time for an ad break. We're gonna see if we can clean up an infinite ticket with Grandmaster Cerebro 2 when I return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. BRB gamers.
Oh, snap.
Got some lunch to eat and an infinite ticket to win, gamers. White Widow is a very good Marvel Snap card. She's definitely a solid inclusion here. Hey, Ziak, 6 to the 14 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. I was gonna try and see a couple of cards out of their deck. I think we're probably just gonna retreat. We could normally play this out, but with Cerebro and Mystique in hand, I'm gonna retreat before Daily Bugle gives them a card.
Escaped.
This land is always changing.
escaped.
All right, Cerebro Mystique in the opener 3 games in a row. Which location is going to flip up this time? World ship, maybe? Feels like a world ship moment. Ego. I will say, the Hela matchup with this deck is likely incredibly challenging.
Oh, snap.
So I'm going to go ahead and snap here and just hope they don't have it.
Opponent snapped.
Generally speaking, Colleen Wing is atypical in the opponent's archetype, yes.
Wind, aid my hand.
My favorite part
Minions to me.
was how they ran down the timer to completion before playing Hela out. I think that was the most interesting part of their strategy. Did you enjoy the ongoing Serpent? It seemed very bad. It seemed much worse than both Cerebro and the Spectrum build. It did not make meaningful numbers, and it was not meaningfully disruptive. So, Brave, thank you for the 2 months, and Percival with the Baker's Dozen. I do not think this deck is competitive against Hela. I think anytime the Hela deck does its thing, you're just going to eat crap and die. However, I think this deck is pretty reasonable against most other things in the format. And if you're willing to accept that you need to take your licks in that matchup, it seems reasonable. I don't know that I have a strong opinion on Grandmaster. It had some decent utility in some spots. I am very certain that White Widow feels like a card you want to play in here. I think if I'm not on Grandmaster, this is probably Mr. Sinister. And then if I'm not on Grandmaster, Iceman. And if I'm not on Grandmaster, Iceman maybe becomes like Electra or Echo or another different 1 to 2 energy card. So, I am, again, very confident based on a pure theory crafting standpoint and looking at the stats that Captain America is not good in this deck. And a big part of that is the fact that Captain America makes Goose awkward, and Goose plus Storm is a big part of what wins you games, especially when you don't draw Cerebro. Being a little disruptive lockout deck is really important for Cerebro 2 as a deck. Let's try some Black Knight. He's in caches this week. Let's take a spin on Ghost Rider, see if we can hit a gold split for him. Before we do.
Infinity.
Lukey. Switch to the Fool's Gold one. Is Grandmaster a new staple in Cerebro 2? Probably not. I think it's fine if you have it, but I wouldn't spend resources on it to pick it up. Zabu is not a playable Marvel Snap card.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
I think 2023, Jeff, seeing how the rest of Marvel Snap has been balanced up until that point, I think 2023, Jeff, would believe Zabu would be an unplayable or different card in 2024. I don't think that would surprise him. Third Dino going middle is good for us.
Hello!
I think it's just this. Haba Hut, thank you for the 48 months. Welcome back. Breaker, breaker, give me some news. I got hot 1 point over you. Clean living. So, I know this game was really close, but in my mind, this game highlights what's potentially one of the strengths of this build, which is our Blade Black Knight Ghost Rider stuff didn't work for us at all, and we still got to do something kind of powerful with the Hope Sunspot Infinite She-Hulk backup plan. It's a deck that's not just a one trick we discard or we die. And I don't know if it's gonna have the stats to keep up with more meta decks. We're gonna play some matches and see if we can get a feel for that. But I think from a deck building / game theory perspective, this deck list has a good plan. When I sit down and look at what this deck intends to do on paper, I'm like, yeah, that looks cohesive. And the thing you gotta get a feel for by actually playing games is like, is our cohesive plan good enough to be competitive? Call me Mr. Newbers. Thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. This location's real bad for us. Do not possess a way to get into there. Dedicate this game to all of the why not War Machine questions in chat. This one goes out to you.
Opponent snapped.
Animal attack. Thank you for the brand new Prime support. There's a ton of great people you can support every month with that here on Twitch. Thanks for supporting my content this month and keeping me around. Chat, I need you to take a minute and praise me, okay? You see this? This is half of my Jimmy John sandwich that I have wrapped back up and I've stopped eating. People always ask, Jeff, has the exercise bike helped you lose weight? Pedaling on the exercise bike does not help you lose weight. Do you know what helps you lose weight? Taking half my Jimmy John sandwich and putting it in the fridge for later. Next ad break, we're gonna run it upstairs. Jeff discovering the retreat button for lunch. Yep. Taskman, thanks for the Prime. I am down to 195 from 220 in February. We're about halfway to where I want to be. It's not much time either. It's a pretty solid amount of time. Everything I read online said you want to be somewhere between 4 to 8 pounds a month. February, March, April, May. It's like 25 pounds in 4 months. It's right about in the center. How tall am I? I'm 6 foot. My long-term goal is to hit somewhere between 170 and 180. think I need to play for all three because we're going to lose the Human Torch path. Are you feeling any effects from the weight loss? More energy, less tired, etc.? Not really. Because it is worth noting, even when I was a much larger man, I was still exercising regularly, right? Like I've been doing the pedaling on the bike for an hour or so every day
Systems go.
for well over a year now. How do you manage feeling hungry? You just don't eat. We definitely died a Taskmaster, for sure. Greg Davies is gonna put us in the ground. No, Giganto counts as having an ability. Oh, we were so close. Did you put it? And that's one of the things, right? Like, talking about it, like, obviously this specific deck the opponent's playing is a pretty solid off-meta deck. But the question we have to ask with this deck is, are the numbers we generate competitive? And this was a game where 37, 22, and 14 were not competitive numbers to make. Other answers to things like feeling hungry are eating things that are incredibly low calorie count. Even just drinking water, chat. Just drink more water when you feel hungry. I have half my sandwich for later, but I'm finishing this pickle. Fruits and vegetables are incredibly low calorie, and they'll fill your stomach. Part of the reason why there's a case and a half of Bai water bottles under my desk is because they're 10 calories for the bottle, so I drink 1 or 2 a day. They've got some flavor in them. Also, you want to know the #1 most busted secret dieting trick, chat? That's going to improve your life in many, many ways. You're gonna want to write this one down. When you feel hungry and you look up at the clock and it's 11 o'clock or midnight, go to fucking sleep. Don't eat a 4th meal. Skip the 2nd dinner. You probably also aren't sleeping enough.
This land can never be fully known.
Go to bed. That's funny, we're playing a mirror. They're probably a Helinex, so it's probably not a strict mirror. I'm not tired, you're tired. Okay, Haley, whatever you say. Let's get to bed now, hon.
We are the future.
Hey, Freak Market, thanks for the prime, I appreciate it. Okay, so this will be 2, and this will be... Oh, wait, no, let's just do this, yeah? We'll do this, and then I'll have a blade next turn. Why, thank you, opponent. Don't mind if I does. Have you experimented with Baron Mordor at all? Baron Mordor is one of those cards that's similar to Iceman, where you can't really see the impact it's having on your game. So it's a tough card to gauge and make content, because you don't really know when it lost the opponent the game when they retreat versus when it didn't matter. What's your opinion on a drug that I can't pronounce being used for weight loss? I think my opinion on anything medical related is I am not qualified or informed to speak to the topic, and you should talk to someone who is. Chat, normalize not asking celebrities or pseudo-celebrities or random fucking people who aren't experts to have opinions on things. That was the worst during COVID. Is all these people asking people like myself who are influencers for their opinion on medical topics. Listen to the fucking CDC, chat, was the answer every time. You won't tell me how to fix snap cards or give me medical advice. What the hell? I'm assuming that means you can't help me expand my retirement portfolio. Chad, I don't even expand my own retirement portfolio. I have an investments guy that is in charge of all of that. What's the sequence here? I think it's like Hope into Blink.
Snap.
You at least help me get out of this timeshare. Oof.
Avengers!
Assemble.
I would ask that the people currently having a conversation about the side effects of medical related products in my chat please take it to DMs. I don't want potential misinformation shared in my spaces, and I don't have the expertise or bandwidth to police it.
Wind, aid my hand.
Was that good, chat? What do we think? Was that an okay turn? So I've talked at length about Captain America and Cerebro 2 being awkward. I think it's also worth pointing out that Magic in Cerebro 2 is also awkward because there's so many decks that could just go over the top of you. How big can they get on the right? Double Cerebro gets them to 24. They could technically get to 28 here, so I'm gonna leave Blink. We'll leave everything there.
We are the future.
improvements and changes would you like to see happen in Conquest? I would really enjoy Conquest more if they gave me some player agency inside of the games. So I don't just run into a matchup that's polarized in favor of my opponent and I feel like I just lose. I would say unlucky, but that was actually the only card Iceman could hit in my hand.
Opponent snapped.
I'll leave on the White Hot Room, their Brood deck.
Escaped.
I think sideboard is one of the handful of ways they could give you agency in polarized matchups, yes.
Opponent snapped.
I also think an easy direct thing they could do, they could make Infinite Conquest let you go 5-1 would also be appreciated. Favorite milkshake flavor. I am partial to peanut butter and cheesecake with my sweets. Cerebro 2's pretty cracked. All right, I guess we're gonna tap the side again. Looks pretty cracked to me, gamers. Looks pretty cracked to me. Cracked. Broken beyond belief. It's definitely cracked, just not for you. That's fair, honestly. I give up on doggo lists. Yeah, almost every dog list we played has been bad. It's not good.
I am Iron Man.
Oh, I should play Magneto on the left? Should I? Is that a good play? Torch my fucking Electra, gamers! Damn it. Did not play for the left. At least not with an Electra. She took 6 points of power off us there. Rough. They're free big house in the center. Big deal there. Restricted our play a lot. Goose continuing to be one of the absolute best cards in Cerebro 2 by a significant margin. Our deck is such a trash can against Goose. Like, I guess I get to go Ghost Rider into Infinite, into Blink, into She-Hulk, into Giganto, so we probably still win.
Wind, aid my hand.
Alright, we won that coin flip. We did that. This is guaranteed to be She-Hulk for 30 power. To the two people arguing in Twitch chat about the thing that one of you just admitted didn't matter, stop arguing, pedantic nerds. Get some help. You're leaving, right? There's no reason to stay. Cool.
Victory.
Black Knight's the only deck where I genuinely miss old Zabu. Location's not stellar for us, especially considering they're an Electro deck. But forcing them to be Electro for here seems pretty good. I think someone said this is the one archetype where I really miss old Zabu. I think this deck being B tier overall is good for Marvel Snap as a game. I think decks like this that are a little bit difficult to interact with should probably never be the absolute top tier. Try and punch somebody into the Superflow here.
I am Iron Man.
Bye, Felicia. Why aren't you playing a different deck? Because I want to play this one, Shark Tiger. Don't forget about Storm. I mean, I think this is probably pretty fine into Storm.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, I'm debating if I want to Magneto the Mystique. It kind of means I'm punting the right, though. Which I'm not sure I'm in a position to do. I think I'm going to stick to the game plan and just soak. That's close, though.
Assemble.
It's not the Infinite I wanted for Christmas, gamers. This beats another 4 power thing here. And it gives me plus 4, 14, 15 in the middle up to 21. Thinking if we lose to Blue Marvel, we could Magneto left. They have priority and they could be filling. Oh, they don't have Blue Marvel. Yeah, that's a good call. We know that deterministically, so we know this beats them here then, yeah? Yeah, and honestly, if we know they don't have Blue Marvel because they're playing Captain America, I think we just do this to play around Shadow King, yeah? Because they can only get to 16 over here. I think this is deterministic. Yeah, cool. Yeah, they already played Mystique. They can't get more. And again, like, I really feel like this hammers home something else we talked about earlier, which is just like, Magic is really not good in Cerebro 2. There are just so many decks in the format, like the one that we're playing, that just like eat your lunch in front of you. They do much more with the 7th turn than your deck is capable of doing. You don't generate big enough numbers in this archetype to leverage the 7th turn powerfully or consistently. Magic is one of those cards where, like, when someone puts it in Cerebro 2, I think they've missed a key component of what's going on. Yeah, at an absolute minimum, if you are going to play Magic, you should play Blue Marvel so you could go at least a little bit bigger. Not playing Magic and not playing Blue Marvel is extra rough. All right, let's tap an ad break. I'm gonna put my half a sandwich back upstairs like we talked about earlier. We're gonna let this one play through this Gold Conquest and maybe a little bit more. It's been fun so far. Thanks for hanging out. tried Cerebro 3 with Luke Cage. I'm not a big Cerebro 3 fan. I don't think that's something I'll explore. I think other people that like that archetype more and play it more will be the ones to explore that. Uh-oh. Opponent?
Victory.
Monsterfully outplayed. Nailed it. Dex cracked. You're surprised Cerebro 2 has such low stats. So Cerebro 2 does not have low stats. Cerebro 2 is a very solid competitive Marvel Snap deck. Cerebro 2, when you take out a bunch of the good cards and put in things like Captain America and Magic and Iron Man, has bad stats. So Cerebro 2, very reasonable and competitive. Cerebro 2 jacked up by 3 to 5 cards, not particularly good. Is that particular to Cerebro 2, or to switching out good cards for bad hurt most archetypes? Asking the real questions. Wow! Nocturne, holy. MV, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. This is 40 up to 53. Does this ever win the game? Let's say they Spectrum. Spectrum is 11, 13, 26. How do you win Isle of Silence? I think they punt Isle of Silence.
Hello! Can you understand me?
Hello! No! No! We almost had them! Onslaught! Rip. To the Shadow Realm Gamer. Be gone, interloper. Nocturne. Nocturne making it impossible to play into the center, into them having Iron Man Onslaught's a rough beat. Very, very unlucky. Who's the opponent's icon here? They're a Mirage Spotlight variant. Cerebro 2 is very much not awful right now. Cerebro 2 is very much fine. It's very reasonable stats. We dodge drawing Infinite, which means Blink guarantees turns this into Infinite.
Assemble.
So Nocturne can move. Does this ever win the game? I think this wins the game a lot of the time, yeah? Enough of the time that we stay.
We are the future.
Oh my god, they're Nocturne! What incredibly fucking insane variants. That's so frustrating. What a frustrating set of Marvel Snap. If Nocturne gives us an average location, or we also lost a Magneto 50-50. If Magneto pulled Cosmo, they're minus what, 4 or 5 here? Captain America was 6. Yeah, they're minus 3. And to add extra insult to injury, we also won this game if Grand Central would have pulled Giganto. And that's one of those, like, you know, you just gotta shrug it off and move on to the next match. But it's just one of those very clear reminders that when you come into a channel and you're like, hey, what's the result? What's the result of your deck? Or like, what's your record? It's like, your record doesn't just telling you the record doesn't explain a match like that, right? It also doesn't explain the one where our opponent just didn't connect to the server. There are so many important details that you miss by just looking at a statistically insignificant sample size record. Let's fire another. This deck has generated good, close games of Marvel Snap so far, for the most part. Been enjoying them. This is definitely one of those games where I laugh, but also immediately close the app. Don't blame you. You know what would have been a really nice draw, chat? Any of our 5 cards that cost 3 or less. We might still win this. If we don't draw Infinite next turn, we get to blink this into Infinite. And then we have Magneto for next turn. I could also Blade Ghost Rider, I suppose. Oh no, I'm gonna play into the Hope path, so that way if we draw Lady Sif, I can go Sif Ghost Rider. Oh, you don't get energy when you blink the Hope? That's actually good to know. We didn't draw the Lady Sif anyways, but it's a good interaction to tuck away for later. I think I do this. So that way I'm tying here in case they play for here. We could go to a breaker.
We are the future.
I'm honestly kind of impressed with our deck from this game, chat. Our draw was abysmal, and we crunched them. You're right, they had extra energy for Sunspot, I forgot about the Electro. Where's the beef, chat? Where's the beef? Is She-Hulk for the Hope skip 5 Infinite She-Hulk play? Yes, Socio.
We are the future. We are the future.
The future is now, old man.
Escaped.
Infinite! Infinite! Turn and see where we're gonna put this. Something with Colin Mockingbird, Heckmage. I don't know that I have strong opinions past that. I don't expect them to have Shag in their deck. Not gonna worry about the armor, I don't think. Incredibly bad at drawing Blade and Lady Sif. I suppose if we draw Blade next turn, we could still get the Magneto out, huh? I think I do this here to threaten playing for all three.
Snap.
This could be Hope Suburbs, which would be atrocious, but it could also be Lady Sif to enable Ghost Rider or just Infinite for the center.
The mystery intrigues me.
Escaped.
Yeah, this was a deck when Blob first came out. I think this should be a generically okay matchup for us. I think our average draw goes over the top of their 2 numbers most of the time. Yeah, they have the Blob avatar.
Oh, snap.
Can we float She-Hulk into Krakoa? Yeah, maybe that was better. I think you're right. That might have been better. What's that? 50-50.
We are the future.
This beats all their combinations of stuff except for a Blob bigger than 20 power on the right. Although I guess then we go to a tiebreaker and we probably win the tiebreaker, yeah? Blob Infinite's a good read for the last two.
Victory.
Blob is definitely one of their 2 cards based on the Taskmaster. I think Infinite's a reasonable guess on the last. Armor mid Hope Raid. I need to play around them soaking varying amounts of energy on their Sunspot in the last turn, Sioneaser, to beat everything they could do.
Snap.
Plus Ampere, hand's pretty good. With the Sunspot, the Hope, and the She-Hulk. We'll hope to pick up Infinite or Ghost Rider to round things out. It's just this. I think it's just this.
We are the future.
Okay, Hartley, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. I think I'm gonna soak and see what they do.
Hello, hello.
If they Living Tribunal, they'll be at 32, 53, 53 divided by 3. They'll be at 18 everywhere. Does this win the game a lot of the time? Well, I guess we can blade Ghost Rider, can't we? This is just better. I think we covered every angle with this. That's one of the nice things about this deck. It's felt like we have some individual strategies, but they also have nice overlap with each other, right? Like the She-Hulk and the Infinite, they work with the Blade and the Ghost Rider when that comes up. And we don't just like flop around and lose with Black Knights in the bottom 3. Blink adds a nice element of redundancy to the archetype too. Yeah, you're not a Black Knight one-trick deck. What's the name of the wallet sponsor? Gilded! We still have a code for that one. It's the Extra wallet. And check out there and use code JeffH for a little bit extra. Thanks for the 49 months. Cut up on the Hawaii 5-0. I think we'll finish this Gold Conquest run with this, and then we'll move along to something else, so. When do we expect to see the Dope Whale wallet? Hopefully it should be here this week. I do like Blink as an additional value piece rather than the thing you build your entire deck around. Yeah, and honestly, Blink in this deck too, like being able to upgrade Ghost Rider into a guaranteed big thing, and often your 3s turn into big things is pretty consistent too. If you have Ghost Rider in your hand, your 3 turns into a 6 in your deck every time, which is great. Just got Meek and Black Knight. Is this card good or me? Well, those cards go in different decks, so a collector discard with Meek I think is okay. Not top of the metagame stats anymore, but serviceable. And this Black Knight deck felt really solid that we're currently playing. So a question someone asked earlier too is, whatever happened to Hope Movers? That deck disappeared. What you need to understand, chat, is that Marvel Snap has gotten their metagame to a point where there are so many reasonable competitive decks, not everything can be popular. In fact, I would make the argument that the only thing that really ultimately remains popular in a metagame like we currently have is the absolute most toxic thing you can be doing that's competitive, because most gamers gravitate towards being obnoxious and hateful with their gameplay. Fun is. There's a lot of Magic the Gathering players where the only way they have fun is when they make their opponents miserable. I don't know. Maybe this qualifies as a contentious opinion. Let me know what you think, gamers. I would make the strong argument that while Hela is a play pattern that I don't enjoy and I find obnoxious, I do not think that her play pattern is something I would consider toxic. While she's obviously an incredible amount of RNG, she is also just building a sandcastle. And I think it's hard for a deck or a card that only builds sandcastles for me to ever really consider them toxic. When I think of things that are toxic, I think of things that are breaking my ability to play my game. I agree. I think if you said, Jeff, I find Hela boring or I find it uninteresting, I'd be like, yep, sign me up, cosign, agree. It's RNG. It's boring. I wish it wasn't there. I wish it was something else. But I think describing it as toxic doesn't make sense in my opinion. I think I'm doing this. Was not expecting Nocturne in their Phoenix Force deck.
Opponent snapped.
That's what I can agree with. There are often Hela players who act toxic. Agree with that. Emotes and such. What is their big play that beats me here? Taskmaster? Zola would get me too, yeah. Yeah, I think we got a guy. I don't think there's any reason to bet extra cubes here.
Escaped.
Zola might do it too. Yeah, good show. I didn't count Tribunal.
Oh, snap.
So not super excited to be blading She-Hulk, but, well, fuck me. Thanks, Brood. Appreciate you. I was gonna say I'm happy to get Hope on turn 2, so it's worthwhile. Man, that's frustrating. Yeah, they're playing a unique build of Phoenix Force. Nocturne and Polaris are not cards you usually see there. Marvel Snap, Relic of Progenitus Waiting Room. I would really like to see a, I'd really like to see like a Containment Priest in Marvel Snap. I think Relic's probably silly, but I think Containment Priest would be a solid ongoing effect. Drawing Ghost Rider here is great, because it means Blink is turning this into Giganto or Infinite. Swap Giganto for Red Hulk? Maybe. They're awkward compared to Giganto in certain spots. Not Hope. God, fuck you. It's freaking games sometimes. For the record, Hope was discarded by Sokovia, and the remainder of the cards we had there were She-Hulk and Magneto. We keep them honest here, and we put this here so we're beating Nocturne plus a little more.
We are the future.
I think Sasquatch or Namora is a better pull. I'd be very surprised if Sasquatch is the top meta card.
Oh, snap.
You would have won if you had priority. Yes? Yeah, that sounds right. Can we hit a 2/3 to not discard She-Hulk? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Nailed it. They use a move deck with Phoenix Force included. I mean, they have Carnage too. It's actually kind of a neat thought from the opponent's deck, because one of the things that's good against move decks is clutter, and Carnage clears clutter, yeah? For fuck's sake. We can just not catch a break. Your Infinite, at least, I guess. They already had Gigan. I think it's this, because if they Magneto here, they're gonna pull these out, and then we'll beat the Magneto. And this is already moved.
We are the future.
And we're winning regardless of what Blade does. Or what Ghost Rider does. So, talking about Sasquatch, while it's definitely true that anything can be countered, so just saying Sasquatch gets stopped by Mobius so it's not going to be good is a little reductionist. The thing you have to actually consider with a card like Sasquatch is that you don't just consider can the card be countered. You need to consider what is the payoff for this card when it doesn't get countered. Is the strength for when this works enough of a powerhouse in your other games where you don't get countered to make up for the ones where you do? And I think the ceiling on Sasquatch is just not meaningfully high enough to make up that difference for you most of the time. Would be my TLDR. They're a better Raft deck than we are is definitely the case. It's not bad. We'll see if they fill this turn. TLDR stands for too long didn't read. I think I'm just doing this and playing for Asgard.
This just in.
Yeah, filling with Blade would have lost me the Raft card. It would have denied them the Raft card, though, is the noteworthy part. Blink guarantees turns Ghost Rider into Infinite here. I'm kind of expecting a cloak in the middle from them. I think I snap with massive stats on the right and Giganto for the left. I'm playing Blink in the center despite expecting cloak maybe, because this way if they don't cloak, we kind of keep them honest. Oh, for fuck's sake. Our opponent's Nocturnes have been so good today. I think it's fine, though. I think we just do this and we win, right? If they, like, move Ham out of here, they go to 15. I guess they could move Ham plus Magneto here. What a beat. I'm definitely not playing around Shay against their last card. That's not happening.
Victory.
Those variants look sick. Thanks, Shoebull. It's the reason why we spend piles of money on Marvel Snaps, so they can look sick. Hey, on 6 for the 53 months. Yeah, you can check out my Plexus Spot bike. Oh, actually, is this directly to the bike? I forget. I think that takes you to the brand page. If you check some of their stuff, there's things in there. I think it's under more. Oh, no Phoenix Wars. I can't believe they ate the Human Torch, not the Phoenix Wars team up.
Hello.
Hello, hello. I gotta just play for all three. They'd have to put 6 here while putting 8 here. Seems incredibly unlikely, yes.
We are the future.
Oh, fuck, I forgot Nocturne could move.
You understand me?
Ah, I forgot Nocturne could move. That one's on me. Yeah, 2 more shots here. That one's on me. KM Bass posted he's playing Professor X for a lot about. I watched KM stream a bunch last night. He lost with a bunch of things that weren't Professor X. He's playing Professor X because Professor X is fucked up and good, and has been for a long while. Lots of Marvel stat formats devolve down to who can optimize the best Professor X deck. It's War Machine not a playable card. It's not, no. Quite mediocre, in fact. I would say unlucky, but that was literally the only card it could hit, so. That's unfortunate that I messed up that last game. And a guaranteed win if I would have played around the Magneto on the left.
We are the future.
Alright, we'll take it to a rubber band game here, but we're very torch.
Escaped.
My deck was capable of winning this set, but I might not be. Take it for one last hurrah here. It's very easy to focus on the games like that last one where my opponent got really good RNG from Expansion. And it's really easy to remove the personal accountability of I messed up the game before that. I wouldn't have been in a position for my opponent to be able to get lucky in the game before this if I would have just played better from the start. You want us to have accountability? Jeez. Why do you think Reddit hates this stream chat? We're big on personal accountability. Sunspot is a good little communist, by the way. And if we have multiple of him, they'll all soak up the sun together. It's beautiful and glorious. Sunspot, Blade. No. Next turn I can go Giganto She-Hulk after soaking a bunch here. They might also be getting rid of the vault here. Good God, is their Nocturne fucking violent, chat? Holy. Okay, assuredly this wins the game, yes? I haven't miscalculated anything. We're good this time. How do I lose? I messed up one of the earlier games. And I feel bad about it. Don't ask Chad, it's an easy one. Yeah, it's fair, honestly. Alliance. We have priority. We don't have to worry about Alliance.
We are the future.
What a slog. Opponent played that really well. I like the look of their deck. I think in a world where Professor X wasn't everywhere, I would love to give a deck like theirs a try. But Professor X would make me sad if I tried to play this, I think. But they played it really well, and we had a good back and forth there. I made a little mistake, and it went a little bit longer than it had to, but GG's to the opponent. All right, gamers, time for some adverts. We're going to see if we can close out an infinite ticket with this one when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Ooh, we do have a shop reset when we get back, too. Good show. Good show. I would try, but my Nocturne is not a murderer like theirs. Yeah, their Nocturne was really strong. Vibranium track is back. Always is. They like my money, chat. $50 credits for $2. I'll probably wait and see what all is in there before we try it. Nice piece of art. Zero cards I want to upgrade in the free boosters, chat. That's sad. I guess Mirage counts. Well, free Mirage. It's only a gold split on her.
3D.
When playing this deck with Hope subbed out for Electro, Electro is definitely much worse. Electro means you don't get to execute the backup plan of pass on 5 with 6 energy, play She-Hulk Infinite. Honestly, if you're missing Hope, I'd probably sub Psylocke before, but that's still a good bit worse. But at least with Psylocke, you can Psylocke on 4 and then pass on 5 with 6. They did nothing on turn 1, and I'm gonna get to play 1, 2, 3 into Adelan, so I'm gonna snap them here, I think. Do I take my blade getting shuffled into my deck, or do I take the guaranteed hope? I think I take the guaranteed hope. Rewarded. I could also Ghost Rider the center to drag Elsa and Agent Coulson into there anyways. That's close. 100% of the time, when I lose to this fucking Loki deck, it's because of Agent Coulson or their tech cards. You die to Shang-Chi, you die to Rogue, you die to the randomly generated card from Coulson. Alright. Ghost Rider on the left gives me plus 15 up to 20. I lose to Mockingbird. Kill me. Got him.
We are the future.
Victory.
Yeah, we would have lost to Warpath. That's funny. Yikes. Yikes. Don't need an extra copy of my hand, but happy to draw Sunspotted one here all the same. Coulson is the real Avenger, he really is. By the way, after we're done with Marvel Snap later today, we're going to be checking out some Wuthering Waves, a new open world action RPG with some anime vibes on stream. If you want a really easy way to support my content, just hanging out during the segment is a great way to do that. Don't even have to do anything else. Just check out a new sweet game while we play it on stream. Want to draw not Blink here, ideally. Something that we can play into the Hope Path. Ghost Rider. Not amazing, but also not Blink, so we'll take it. Most people always ask what other kinds of games I play off stream, and Wuthering Waves is exactly the style of game I frequently play off stream. RPGs, often with third-person combat, are the leading thing that I tend to play. Alright, we can dodge a Mobius, we can dodge a ball here, gamers. Yes, it's a brand new game, launched Wednesday publicly. They located 6 cards. Giganto is a concern for them contesting the left. They could also have Magneto plus Kitty Pryde lets them compete in Dark Dimension. My instinct is this, but there's definitely combinations of cards from my deck and sequencing from them that beat us here. Oh, it's 5 cards plus Kitty plus draw. Good shout. The other play was putting both of these over here to hedge them hitting our Magneto. Got him! Got him! Sick.
Victory.
The whole track is $93 and I got less than last time. Is the ratio worse? I assume they're going to be testing the Vibranium track to see how bad they can make it before people stop buying it. I think I skipped the last one. I really like the Vibranium tracks a lot less than the 4U gold bundles. Those are what I prioritize picking up these days. Stop, won't stop. Is there any way to make the 4U bundles count for the whale track? There is not, which is one of the many reasons why the whale track this season is poop. Poop. Poop, poop, poop. How many of these Loki decks are playing Shang, gamers? How many of these Loki decks are playing Shang? About half of them, it looks like. When it kills you. Yeah, it's fair, honestly. Okay, now, assuredly, gamers, my Loki opponent playing armor does not have Shang-Chi in their deck, right? Yes, we can all, on this, we can all certainly agree that with utmost certainty, my armor playing Loki opponent does not have Shang in their deck. Wait till Agent Coulson gives them one. That's what I'm a little worried about, if I'm being honest. I don't know, Jeff. You are playing Marvel Snap. I am. It's terrifying. What a fucking Marvel Snap video game. By the way, chat. This is why so many people hate playing against Loki. Because they make deck building choices like this. And Loki is one of the only decks in Marvel Snap where you actually get actively punished for making mediocre deck building decisions. Does this win the game? Did I just play this left and win the game most of the time? It's 17. How big's their Kitty Pryde? They have double Elsa. I think I just do this and hope for the best. I guess how big's the kitty? How big's the Kitty Pryde, chat? Is the Kitty Pryde bigger than it's getting +6. So they're at 15? Yeah, the kitty beats me. I think it's just this. I think it's just this. If we have 4 more shots after this to win the game. So like, we're probably winning the match. Might be losing this game, but probably winning the match. Here comes Odin. Oh, man. Loki player and running down the entire turn 6 clock. Name a more iconic duo. Strong possibility we're getting ghosted. It's unfortunate that we lost the coin flip and they made a play that deterministically lost to half the cards in our deck. Not a good beat. You need Namora deck suggestions. I'll have a Namora deck in my best decks video coming up. And there's deck highlights on both the channels for her if you're impatient before them. We'll have the best specs video up late tomorrow morning is my plan. Mr. Negative is not a competitive Marvel Snap archetype. Any OTA spice in the best text video? Well, I haven't recorded it yet because there's not enough data generated as of yet. I'll look at the data tonight and put things together then. Also such a good draw for them. Try Grandmaster and Cerebro 2. We have. And it will be a deck highlight here soon. Has been. We've got 3 more shots here, but disappointing / frustrating amounts of variance in this set so far for sure. I've had my most consistent success playing Beta Ray Bill, Thor, Wog, White Tiger deck. Feels like it's back at it with the Leech Nerf. Why don't we see it more? Because it's just not very good. Your numbers that you generate are only okay unless you have your absolute best possible draw, and your absolute best possible draw happens less frequently than other things that make linear big numbers. And then to top it all off, you're playing an archetype that's very easy to interact with. Wog is one of the easiest to disrupt cards in the game. That type of archetype also tends to really struggle in the games where you don't curve out with your Thors. The problem with the Thor decks at their core isn't the games where they go Thor into Beta into Jane. It's like what happens in all of the other games where that doesn't happen. It's the most competitive Surfer deck. The Mockingbird variations are definitely the most competitive. Ongoing is strong. Yeah, the Spectrum Ongoing deck retains having good stats even after the changes, unsurprisingly. Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for doing well with a deck when you know the ins and outs of playing with it. I am not convinced that Captain America is better than Punisher in the ongoing deck. They can't play anything into Crimson Cosmos now. That's not true. They have 0 energy cards they can play into there. Kitty can get in there. Yeah, the clutter decks are good even without Professor X. They win games when they don't draw that card. So choosing not to play Professor X is definitely giving yourself a bit of a handicap, but I'm gonna hold the Ghost Rider because they don't necessarily know that we have that card. They know that we have the Blade, so I'll play that out. I think I just play this in case I draw Magneto, yeah? Or do we pass and then just like Blade here Infinite? We could Blade to maybe Spike Infinite, yeah, that's true. I think a lot of our options lead to victory here. I think we're in a good spot regardless. I think this is the most conservative line. Oh my god, they're about to Shang-Chi our fucking Ebony Blade. Their last card is Rogue. I need to draw Magneto. Oh my god. We lost the fucking game to Shang-Chi, and because I drew this, I can't play her into Crimson Cosmos, and their Kitty Pryde is 5. And Shang-Chi here puts them to 7. We're 6 to 7. It's really difficult for me to put into words how incredibly silly I think all of the people that complain about Loki as a card are. Like it is like it's never that card. Ever in a million years is that card the reason why any of my stuff goes wrong in these matchups. Okay, I'm just banning people who are incapable of doing 6/6s less than 7. Write me a paragraph in the unbanned request explaining you learned how to do arithmetic and we'll let you back in, perhaps. Magneto won the game. Magneto won that last game for us, yeah. They were just saying, I hope we win the left. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. You made me chuckle. I appreciate you. Blink would have also won the game. Yes, accurate. So, opponent drew both their tech cards to kill our thing, and we bricked on our half the draws that let us win the game. This is guaranteed to turn into a big 6 energy card. Oh my gosh, was that really the only draw in our deck that didn't do anything? People are running through what all of our different draws were possible. Did we actually hit the only card in our deck that didn't win the game there? But someone go back and check and maybe tell me, or honestly, maybe don't tell me. I probably don't want to know. But it's sounding like there's a good chance we drew the only card in our deck that didn't let us beat Shang-Chi.
We are the future.
Sweet. We won a 50-50 to deny them an Elso. I don't know if passing is right here. They could also be moving Angela. There's a lot of moving pieces here. If I armor left, I can't top deck Infinite, is the problem, gamers. By passing here, Infinite and Ghost Rider are both good top decks. Yeah, I actually don't mind New York too much in 7-turn games. It's a lot less offensive. Perfect. God, do I have to play for all three because they could Shang me? They could Shang me here? This is 16-20 in the middle. Yeah, this should win the game a lot of the time, yeah? Famous last words. Hide the screen. Nah, it's fine. Chat. Most people are ghosting. I want to make it really clear that when myself or any other streamer on Twitch.tv says they're being ghosted, 99 times out of 100, they are not being ghosted. They are just being a salty little bitch because they lost a game of Marvel Snap. And I want to make it very clear that I'm including myself in that. There is, like, you're playing for nothing meaningful in most of these games. Like, we got an infinite ticket. Ooh, you're making a number go up that ultimately doesn't matter. And it's just like, not every time a content creator loses a 50-50, it doesn't mean they were ghosted, okay? It's just a bad beat. Bad beats happen. So, Infinity ticket number 11. I gotta be honest, Jen. I like this deck a lot. We had some exceptionally unlucky blows during that set, I felt like, and we pushed through the variants. We ended up having a pretty solid time. I also had fun playing it. Blink feels like she was an important missing piece to this puzzle. Like, her her as an extra additional thing in here feels like she added an important element of consistency. Like one of the kind of core problems that this archetype always feels like it has had is your games where you don't draw Black Knight, things don't come together for you. And being able to like have the Hope Summer She-Hulk Infinite plan as a backup plan, having Blink as a backup plan, like all of these things let us make big numbers pretty consistently. If you are a recent Black Knight grabber from our Spotlight cache this week, this felt like a very reasonable thing to be doing. That being said, and I know this bit's gonna make some of you sad, sorry free-to-play players, I do think this deck is probably markedly worse to the point where I probably wouldn't say you should play it if you're missing Hope and Blink. These are unique, powerful cards that don't have clean replacements, and they're a big part of what lets this deck do that powerful, consistent thing that I'm talking about. You definitely need Hope. You could play, your deck will be worse without her, but like, you definitely need Hope though. Hope lets you go play a card into Hope on turn 4, pass on 5, play She-Hulk Infinite on 6. Yeah, feels real good. You know what else feels really good, chat? Check it out, a brand new video game. If you want an easy way to support what I do here, hang out, because that's what we're about to do. We're going to check out Wuthering Waves. You can learn more from them by clicking the link above the chat there. I'm going to get it loaded up. There was a quick update since I installed it yesterday. This is a third-person action RPG on PC, Android, and iOS. It's got some anime vibes to it. It's the type of game I play a lot of off stream. It's released, I think this just came out Wednesday. It's free to play. I don't know what this is. These look like cards. I haven't, I wanted to save the intro for on stream while we're playing today. Well, I installed and launched and configured this last night. That doesn't, I mean, I always launch my games in advance. This is not... We have fast internet. We'll do it as part of it. Appreciate folks that are hanging out while we wait a second here and get this fixed. I don't know whether or not this will work. Well, I mean, I guess we'll try, and maybe we'll try again. We'll try again next week. I'm gonna give it a go. Uninstall, uninstall, and reinstall it. Put this up here while we wait for it. What internet speed do I have? I have gigabit internet. Alright, it says it just needs a few minutes. Click around on their site for a minute here. The graphics look great. I don't have a specific link for this one. So this is through the Twitch bounty board. Alright, hold on. Let me get the audio so you all can hear this. Where's my audio mixer?
As the pressure builds, I push back, pulling on the threads of fate.
Although, now that I'm listening to this actual song, I wonder if we're gonna have copy issues with this.
My heart creates.
We'll take a run at it for the Zother site. We're doing a sponsored segment. We're gonna err on the side of it being okay. We'll see.
They shake the atmosphere, the heavens and the land. A rebellion in the making where we stand. This is the time. The unknown is calling, so I cross the line. I'm breaking out, got no more doubt. So raise your voice up higher. I'm crashing through the silence. I'm coming with the rising tide.
For people asking me for my opinion on how game compares to competitor, one, I haven't actually logged in to play yet. I just loaded it up and launched it and logged in yesterday before we had the launch issue here today. But two, direct comparison to competitors are usually frowned upon during sponsored segments, so we'll err even if I did have opinions outside of not doing that. How do people get around DMCA for games like GTA Radio and stuff? They don't. They're technically breaking the law when they're streaming stuff that's copyrighted. They just take down their stuff after the fact. Yeah, we played some Cerebro 2 after the patch. All right, this is half done. That was a good track. I'm gonna give it a second here. We're grabbing at 60 megs a second. And if it launches, we'll play it. If it doesn't launch, I guess we'll call it. But hopefully it'll launch here. Someone said it was a noted issue that they were having, so we'll see if this fixes it. I guess I could dig up my Epic Store login, but who the heck knows what that is? Definitely prefer Steam. Yeah, the C2 will definitely get a highlight over the weekend. I'm not sure if it'll be tonight's highlight or not, but it'll definitely be up over the weekend. Oh yeah, somebody had a link to a Glenn Hella comment. And take a peekaboo at that. Although, it looks like we lost it. Howdy-ho. They probably just defaulted to calling me something hateful, Hackmage, because I blocked them after I called out the fact that they were willfully misrepresenting the information that they presented, which is what they did. After patch impressions regarding Cerebro 2, I mean, Captain America is trash. Cerebro 2 as a whole is still a fine deck. It has been for a little bit. I can't tell. These look like trading cards inside of the game almost, but I can't, I'm not sure until we load in here. We'll see. They might just be like artifacts or something like that that give you bonuses. Yeah, Grandmaster was fine. Discord link to Glenn's comment is not loading. No, Captain America doesn't solve any problems that Cerebro 2 has, and it actively creates new ones by making it awkward, making your ability to play Goose or Blue Marvel awkward. What's the Discord? If you're asking about my personal Discord, my Discord is only for Twitch subscribers / YouTube members. If you're asking for the general Snap Discord, you can Google it. Vlad's answer basically says that Hella's performance metrics haven't merited direct action, but they're open to printing new disruptive cards for it. Which was one of their goals with the leech change, which obviously failed. All right, I have a game launching. Ah, thank you for being able to stuck through our brief issue there. I think you have, looks like you have game audio. Appreciate the folks that hang for the sponsored stuff in general. We mostly a Snap stream, but I play a lot of other games off stream, so it's nice to have an opportunity to dip into a little variety when the opportunity presents itself. I've been meaning to check out. I'm happy to do it on stream. Oh no. It's gotta restart again. Hopefully it launches when we restart it. Alright, it is loading. Cool. Nailed it. See, chat, I used to do tech support. That's how I knew reinstalling the application was likely the answer. Something shady? Yeah, music sounds good. Although I had it windowed and it just took over my entire screen. Alright, cool. Think we're good now? Cool. Grandmaster felt potentially okay in Cerebro 2, but would need more games to know if it's optimal. Is this a true RPG or more similar to Genshin? So I don't honestly know what that means. You even put parentheses around true? I have a hard time understanding how something like Genshin wouldn't be considered an RPG. It sounds like some weird freaking gatekeeping. I mean, if their intention was to say turn-based versus real-time, they would say that, not put true in quotations, right? For everybody assuming lots of different specific things about what they said, this is the point. If you want to be specific, it's a specific question. Oh, we're upside down in the sky. In the water?
Strange. No visible signs of trauma. Breathing seems normal. Heart rate should be fast. I think.
You're awake.
Let me see. Let me see. Thank goodness you're awake, or I'll have to try my last-ditch move. Emergency skills for junior patrollers. Lesson 1, CPR. Ugh.
Thanks for the 54 months, Mr.
Never
Wilson.
did it on any living person, though.
Jusia.
Sorry. You just woke up, and here I am, chatting up a storm.
Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?
You can call me Trisha, and she's Yang Yang.
Are we a silent protagonist, gamers? We might be a silent protagonist. Where am I?
We are in the Gorge of Spirits. It's on the outskirts of Zhenzhou, Huanglong. Your attire doesn't seem local. Are you a roving traveler from afar, or someone returning home?
Clearly we have amnesia, chat. We look less than pleased.
So you don't know why you're here, where you're from, or who you are.
Baisha didn't tell us you'd have these after effects when you wake up.
The wind has brought us a warning. The Etheric Sea is converging. It seems a new tacit field is taking shape.
What does that mean?
That means it's probably gonna get dangerous here soon.
Ooh, it looks like my
knew it.
PlayStation 5
Our
controller
gourds are out of
works.
service because of the Etheric Sea's influence. We can't send or receive messages for help now. We better hurry over to meet up with Baiju at our gathering spot and get out of here.
Do you play a lot of RPGs? Almost exclusively.
Guess you really can't recall a thing, but don't worry.
Outside of Snap, basically all RPGs.
If you got any questions, we can talk as we move. Yang Yang and I will give you the full scoop, every little detail from the get-go.
Rover, can we call you that for now? Before you remember your true name? We shouldn't
thing.
stay here.
His lips look
If you
real
don't have other
awkward. Like he's
plans,
like, oh, I
how
don't know
about
what's going
leaving
on
with us
here.
for now?
Okay, let's roll.
Oh, that's
You played
great.
Star Ocean
Let's
2,
go
you're not
together.
familiar with that one? Chad, I'm a typical adult gamer where I have a giant backlog of games and it's rare that I actually get to anything that's released recently. Unless we have
Rover,
an excuse to
I
do them
know
on
you can't
stream.
remember a thing, but there's one thing I'm 100% sure about you. You must be a resonator too.
You've got a tacit mark on the back of your hand, and you have a gourd. This is proof you're a resonator.
We have a
Your
gourd,
gourd's design
chat!
looks a bit different
Oh,
from the
baby.
ones we use, though.
We're gonna
Also,
gourd 'em.
we have resonators who can detect the formation of tacit fields nearby, like what Yang Yang just did. She can tell all kinds of information by reading the streams in the wind. That's her resonance ability, while I couldn't feel a thing.
I have a stick.
Plus, not many people are gonna hang out in the wilderness these days, unless they're resonators.
I have a rabid, insatiable desire to pick up everything in my
It may seem all
surroundings.
nice and quiet here now, but you never know when a tacit discord might pop up out of nowhere. Oh my! Speak of the devil!
Disperse.
Like, we've got abilities with cooldowns here. Perform attack to gain 4 engage. Okay. Rover can consume 4 gauge that
That's your
cast
weakness.
enhanced resident skill. Okay, so our little stick spins around us, it looks like. Dodge a little bit.
Bravo! So you still remember how to fight despite having forgotten everything? Wow! Watch me lead the charge next time. No one messes with Ma Xiao I mean, Chisha.
What's wrong? Are you injured from the fight? This
What is
is the
the
statue of Jue, the sentinel in Zhenzhou, in the shape of a long.
The Oracle Engine
There
Dragon.
is 1 capital and 6 cities in Huanglong, with each city having its own sentinel. While they share some similarities in appearance, there are also differences.
The other
In
sentinels
Huanglong,
like...
most of the sentinels take the shape of a long. In other regions, they manifest in various forms. You were standing face to face with our sentinel? One can hardly see our sentinel with their own eyes. Most people only get the chance during the appointment ceremonies. According to your description, you stood pretty close. Only the sentinel's appointed resonator is allowed in its proximity. For now, that person is the magistrate of Zhenzhou.
Whoa, darn! That must be an elite class!
Chixia might be in danger. Rover, please.
Got someone to hit with my stick, gamers. Each one's a more humanoid.
Moment of resonance.
That one's got a longer cooldown. Dealing damage, defeating after performing dodge, creates resonance energy. If resonance is full, it becomes available. Got it.
Rover, watch out!
Touch a team member with a glowing icon to use a powerful
Let
outro.
me be your blade.
Got groups of friends.
Swift and resolute. No hesitation.
Let me be your blade.
So when they're out for enough cooldown, they get a bonus.
Thorn, hear my command.
Okay. Outro skill. You do your skill with one character, and while they're performing it, bring the next person to continue attacking. Okay, so like more combo focused. Expert. As an expert RPG goer, Chad, I
That was
accept their
close. You
prizes
fought
here.
so well.
I do
I didn't
enjoy
even get a chance
prizes.
to help, and Yang Yang just rushed over to protect you like a Anyway, Yang Yang was trying to shield you, and then bam! The Tezit Discord was taken care of before I could see? There's a resonance beacon over there. When you see a beacon, be sure to register and activate it. It's usually safe within a 5-meter radius of a beacon. It can protect you from danger sometimes.
Rover, could you hand me? Rover.
Your beacon is activated, you can open the map and fast travel. Okay, got it.
Rover, could you hand me your terminal for a moment? Done. Its design and system version are different from ours. But your terminal still has the data transfer and other basic functions.
This is
There
an
are elements
open
of the
world
gorgeous
RPG that is
There
anime
will be a
focused with
descent,
teams of
But if your
characters in it, yeah.
terminal's glider module still...
And I believe
Once you're out of
the
gorge,
character
there's
acquisition
only a
is
short
out of a
walk
loot
to
box
reach
style thing.
Jinzhou.
Rover is 100%
Jinzhou
the
is safest
funniest
place
generic
around
PC
here.
game. It is.
The
it is a good
Resonance
one.
Nexus provides coverage for the whole city. Besides, we've got a protective barrier and strong fortifications. Right?
Jinzhou sits between the Desert Highland and the Norfolk Barrens. It's a border city and a fortress. It's very crucial to the safety of Huanglong.
Huh? We've agreed to meet up with Bai Zhe here. Where is she?
Swift, thanks for hanging out. We're checking out Withering Waves today.
This is the center of the Etheric Sea.
A tacit field? When did it show up? It wasn't here when we just got here.
But I didn't sense a hint of a tacit field's presence.
So it appeared while we weren't looking? Like in the blink of an eye?
They seem concerned about whatever this is.
Or maybe the Etheric Sea can tell where we are. Could it be following us?
The center of the tacit field.
Oh, I missed that. We had a
Isn't
dialogue
that
option
Bai
there.
Zhe? Bai Zhe! Bai Zhe!
We're too far away. Perhaps she can't hear us. Freshly formed tacit fields have a dormant period. During this time, it is relatively safe.
I keep pressing to go next on the text and then accidentally skipping, seeing what we're supposed to be saying. During this time?
The dormant period of a tacit field varies based on its formation time. Generally, the shorter the formation time, the longer the dormant period. However, with a longer dormant period, the tacit discords born within are usually stronger. The faster a tacit field forms, the longer its dormant period lasts. For now, this tacit field should be safe.
Let's go down then.
Right. The glider can't carry us beyond the tacit field's range. Besides, Bai Zhe is there. We'll have to go down and see what is going on.
Oh good, we have a glider.
Now it's time to use a glider module. Rover, let me help you activate it.
Am I supposed to jump? Feel like I'm supposed to jump. Press X while in the air to glide. Cleo.
Bai Zhe! Bai Zhe! We're in a dormant tacit field, right? Why did you come here by yourself? Bai Zhe, you
There's
know
a dialogue option that she might be bait chat.
Huh?
You are all right, it seems.
Yeah, he was super energetic. Handled a super big TD. Way more spirited than me.
I've been keeping an eye on his condition through the stream.
There's some type of monster there. Is this what's going on?
Bai Zhe is just concerned about your condition. She must think we shouldn't be letting you move around that much, since you've just regained consciousness.
All right.
This isn't the place for talking. Let's go.
Trust the gourds, chat. Oh no, are they out of their gourds? Type of monster here.
The end has come.
Rover is with me, and that strange Tacit Discord is here too.
It's the Tacit Discord's ability.
Oh, I did see both of them on the field at the same time. That's interesting. One does an exiting move and one does an entrance move. Using a PS5 controller on PC? If so, how? Did you install through the Epic Game Store or did you install through their standalone installer, Freja, on PC? I installed through their standalone installer and it's just, oh. When the weakness halo appears, press triangle or square to counter.
I sense your weakness.
Let me be your blade.
Yeah, I just used their standalone and it just worked.
Hear my command.
I didn't do anything special. I just plugged in and it was good to go.
Moment of resonance. Swift and resolute. Strike from the shadows.
Lovely finishing attack animation.
I'm okay.
The end game is supposed to be Dark Souls based, and that's interesting. So a lot more combat focused then.
Are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine.
Oh, thank goodness. We could see that darn barrier, but couldn't lay a finger on it.
I'm fine too. I've never seen such a formidable Tacit Discord before, but Rover was able to completely defeat it.
Hard won battle.
Aw, come on, stop being modest. So you didn't even go all out earlier? I saw how you took down that fella with both of my eyes. You made a couple kicks, and that thing vanished into thin air.
That's strange. This place isn't known to be so dangerous.
Anyway, come check this out.
This is...
Oh, this is an echo.
Wow, an echo of the elite class. Someone got lucky today.
My apologies. We got a little carried away. Does reverberation or echo ring a bell to you, Rover?
It does not.
Everything in our world is made up of frequencies, and every sound generates a reverberation. Those echoes are the lingering reverberations of Tacit Discords after they disintegrate. We can absorb them into the databanks in our Pangu terminals.
Oh, by Pangu Terminal, she means the gourd-shaped device every resonator has, developed by researchers in Huanglong. But you see, it's not always we get to find these.
All right, get in the
also,
gourd.
there's a limit to what your gourd can absorb.
Absorption is only possible when your databank's level is equal to or higher than the Tacit Discord's level. The terminal can then convert its reverberation into an echo for use in battle.
The characters are very familiar with the game systems here.
My terminal issued a warning when it detected that Tacit Discord earlier. It should at least be an Overlord class. Rover, would you mind checking your databank level?
No need for that. Rover, why don't you just try absorbing it with your terminal?
Alright, get in the gourd.
Oh, so it doesn't work.
Performance anxiety, chat. It's nothing to worry about. Happens to everybody eventually. Says I'm level 0.
No worries. You can start with smaller ones before tackling this guy here.
Gotta work your way up to the big ones, okay?
There should be some sweet baby roche rooms around here. Let's go check those out, shall we?
We'll need to report the unusual phenomena here to the City Hall and the Academy. Let's make our exit.
Hungry. I'm starving.
Get a tattoo?
What?
Looks like there's something on the back of her hand.
What kind of power is that? Rover, you've been playing the fool all along?
Even need the gourd. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I've never seen a resonance ability quite like this. You got any other tricks up your sleeve? Like eating a whole Tacit Discord? Grilling echoes alive?
I have no idea what happened. Accurate.
Could it be related to your lost memories? Can you recall anything now? Rover, are you feeling all right? Any discomfort? Could it be the side effect of fighting that Tacit Discord? Baizhi, can we take Rover to do a checkup at Huashu Academy's Resonance Medical Department?
I'm fine.
Baizhi?
Absorbing echoes with the human body is not entirely unprecedented.
With the human body. I remember Comprehensive Mirror for Historians mentioned this in the Huanglong section's opening. A celestial being descended, commanding the Tiankun's boundless power. Assuming mortal form, they condensed the primordial essence.
I assume you could skip through this, chat, but I don't know. If it's gonna be a game I'm gonna play, I would like to understand the world a
celestial
little
and
bit.
terrestrial. Their radiance encompassed the
There are
four
definitely
corners.
a lot of
Thus began the illustrious
jargon
annals
words
of
for their
Huanglong,
world that they have
as
created.
provinces were first demarcated.
There was a very strong person way back, like they held the whole universe right in their hands. As there was no terminal in those days, they absorbed the Tacit Discords with their bare hands. And the TD they absorbed was the most powerful of all. That person turned it into the first echo ever. Then they used the power of that echo to rebuild the world, sort out the laws, and that's how the history of Huanglong began.
I see. Oh look, we have a smile finally.
Please, Yang Yang, stop reciting that. I'm begging you. Oh my, it's taking me back to my school days when I had to recite pages and pages of them. Anyway, that's... Whether it's true or not, that story happened a long time ago, when Jinzhou didn't even exist. Could it be that Rover's like the great, 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 great granddaddy of us all?
I feel like there's a who's your daddy joke in here somewhere, but I'm gonna let it slide.
Let's not jump to conclusions without enough data and proper analysis. Rover.
Clouds look nice.
Wait! The signal's back!
This is a holographic message to all of Jinzhou from the City Hall.
Uh-oh, one of those public service announcement alerts on your cell phone.
My fellow soldiers and citizens, I apologize for any inconvenience caused. I am Jin Shi, the Magistrate of Jinzhou. As the Moon Chasing Festival approaches, our city welcomes visitors from around the world. The festivities are highly anticipated by our people, and I too share in this joyful sentiment. Jinzhou has always been a crucial defense against the Tacit Discord outbreaks, safeguarding Huanglong. We have a heavy responsibility on our shoulders with no room for retreat or failure. It is the dedication of our warriors, along with the diligence of our
All the characters
citizens,
have like these black inky tattoos on
that has
them.
allowed us to thrive
There's one on the back of our
in
hand.
peace and prosperity. Despite the challenges of Tacit Discords, we remain steadfast and hospitable to visitors, upholding our enduring traditions. With that in mind, I have a favor to ask. Among our many visitors, there is one visitor that holds utmost importance to me, the city of Jinzhou, and the entirety of Huanglong. We have awaited your arrival for a long time.
Is it Rover, chat? Feels like it's Rover.
Given the circumstances, you may be feeling bewildered at this time. You should have noticed some strange happenings
pressure,
related
Rover.
to
Yep.
you. If you plan to stay in Jinzhou for some time, I would be more than delighted to personally meet you in the City Hall of Jinzhou. While I cannot guarantee to provide all the answers you need, I will do my best to assist
The main
you
character of
and
the video
provide
game is the
necessary
long-awaited
permissions,
Chosen One.
if
Nailed it.
applicable. This is only my personal request. You can decide your course of action in any way you see fit.
This is their way of telling us the main story runs on anime time, I would assume.
Therefore, I request the people and soldiers of Jinzhou to assist this esteemed visitor when the opportunity arises.
I thought it was a broadcast to everyone at the start, but then it felt like she was talking to us in the middle, so I'm not sure.
Why do I get this feeling?
This person our magistrate was talking about
is Rover.
I did it again. I didn't see what dialogue we picked.
Wow, so this is the true measure of a chief. I mean, of our Rover. This is the true measure of a chief. It's a famous line from a good old hero play. It's been running for almost 4 years. It's a really heartwarming tale about the chief and their squad.
Does that hero play story sound familiar to you?
It definitely feels like they're doing the relatively typical, there's 3 or 4 dialogue options, and no matter which one you pick, what they're gonna say is the same.
Hey, that ain't the point, okay?
What are your plans now, Rover? I remember you had a flashback of yourself looking into its eyes when you saw the statue of our sentinel. We can't confirm its authenticity, but based on the magistrate's message, it seems Jinzhou has a lot to do with your past. Whether you were the visitor our magistrate mentioned or not, you are surely important to Jinzhou, and you will be our important
friend! We've already entrusted our lives to each other. I've never seen so many TDs packed together. And that elite one was so scary. Well, you did get rid of most of them. Anyway, once we're back in Jinzhou, I'll treat you that famous specialty from Panhua's restaurant.
Let's go. I assume we could walk around and smack some things here too.
It would be best for your well-being to have a thorough physical examination once we arrive in Jinzhou. While there don't seem to be any immediate side effects following the absorption of that echo, we cannot rule out the possibility of other latent risks. Given our lack of data on you and your unusual physical signs, I suggest absorbing another reverberation with your terminal when we find one. That being said, please be sure to proceed cautiously.
Yeah, don't go too hard on yourself. You should get a checkup just to be safe. Besides, Yang Yang's very... I'm gonna get you one you can absorb. I never go back on my promise. Your hero Chisha's on the hunt.
You've left the quest area, please return. Oh, we need to go.
Sounds come forth.
I'm okay.
Deference!
Tutorialize us.
Let the winds roar.
Swift and resolute.
You gotta finish the tutorial before you can free roam. Yeah, it makes sense. Tracks.
Can you reenact what you did before?
Maybe you can only absorb the powerful ones with your body. Or does it have to be a certain type of tacit discord? Or maybe we should give your terminal a whirl. Yay! It worked! I've never seen a gourd quite like
Echo
yours
obtained
before,
to view
but it sure
echo
is
resonators. Transform into a Stonewall Bracer and charge forward. Successful hit grants a follow-up strike in shield.
Your terminal's got a different look, but the functions are pretty much the same.
Oh, so my buttons change when I press L1 now.
One with the sounds.
Let's see. Well, these characters have a lot of buttons and customization then, huh?
Let me be your blade.
And it looks like each character has different ones.
One with the sounds. Sounds come forth.
They're kind of similar to artifacts. You can equip them and they'll give you stats. That seems like a good bit of depth on character and team customization, right? I assume certain types of characters will want certain types of combinations of things. Yeah, a few people are talking about this before we switched over it, so it's a little bit more combat focused.
One with the sounds. Strike from the shadows.
Let me be your blade.
The combat all looks really smooth. Runs really well. I feel like this seems mechanically interesting, but I'll never be able to get over the presentation. Oh no, are you anti-weeb, Chaos Hat? No, I never really had these strong feelings one way or another about the anime art style. I'm not super into anime, but if the game mechanics are good, it doesn't bother me. I'm not like, oh, I'm trying this game because it's anime, but I'm also like, oh, I don't like it, and I'm not going to check it out because of that. The non-stop jargon, that's fair. There are a lot of words. To be fair, you can also click through that though if you just want to run around and hit things and build characters, I would assume. I would assume also most of the terms are in the first little bit. Well, that's like a big angry thing.
One with the sounds. One at a time.
Ow.
The end has come.
Let the winds roar.
I probably didn't need to double alt that, but you know, buttons to push, things to do. Oh wait, okay, so I have multiple echoes now. So I can go into here. Aha! Transform into a Heratoise and slowly restore HP. Summon a baby Roshroom. We have summons. Okay, so I'm gonna put. Can I put 2 summons on her? We'll let him turn into a turtle. Oh, do you only have one at a time? Oh, only the first echo gives a skill. I understand now. See, that is a relatively quick cooldown. Does the summon stay out when I switch off of the character that it's attached to? Let's find someone to fight.
Please.
Yeah, looks like it.
Look! Jinzhou City's just up ahead.
Those firearms shit look like blasters of some sort.
Rover? There you are. My dearest. Seed of Fate.
Alrighty, what should we do next? Shall we go grab a bite?
I am to return to the Academy. The anomalies of the Gorges of Spirits, the resurgence of that tacit field, and the many wave-worn phenomena occurrences. I should report them in time.
More term
Then
dumping.
I'll go submit our report and prepare the documentation needed for Rover's audience with the magistrate while I'm there.
Then I guess I'll take Rover over to the Nexus Tower for registration first. And we'll just hang out for a while. Being new to Jinzhou and all, he can't be left standing outside. Hospitality is...
Then I'll leave you in Shizia's care, Rover. Is that all right with you?
Leave it to me.
I'll send the branch of Resin Medical Science a notice. We need to conduct a thorough physical examination on you to make sure you are fine. Come visit the Academy after your audience if you have no other plans.
You guys done yet? What's the holdup? Let's move! We've got loads of fun in Jinzhou. We can go watch lion dances, hero plays.
Interesting. What's the technology level like here? We've got like elevators and stuff.
Chissa, ally of justice at your service. Are you the one in need of a hero?
Friend! Oh, she has pistols, chat. The animations are incredibly clean. Although I don't know that we're hitting anything here, but the character dancing around with her pistols is. It's lovely. Bunch of things to claim. Oh, there was a claim all button.
Think you can catch up? Here we are, Jinzhou's Nexus Tower. Exactly.
Nexus Tower?
Let me see. Think of it as Jinzhou's largest service station, or an integration hub. It's something along those lines. I'm not much of a tech person myself. Long story short, it's a navigator, a defense system, and a regional information center all in one enormous package. The smaller ones we ran into earlier are resonance beacons. Data is shared between all beacons. You activate one, and they just place your terminal here.
Is gonna open up our map. It healed us, so I assume it like gives us map information. My RPG senses here. There's more of these things to open it up. I assume the red line is the edge of the map. Nexus, information about the surrounding area activated to up the corresponding map data. Injured or downed resonators can rally at the Nexus. Sure.
I have the arrangements in place. Rover, you can come visit the magistrate at any time. Jizia, do you mind bringing Rover over to the city hall?
Shit, the folks hanging out for Response Tower, Wuthering Waves. It's out on PC and mobile now. You can check it out. I don't have a specific link for it. It'll pop up at the end of the segment here in a little bit. Above the chat for the Twitch link. You just Google it, grab it from your preferred app store. They're through Epic Games on PC, and they also have their standalone installer, which is what I used here. I wonder if they plan to have PS5 support at some point, because I feel like usually games don't put all the buttons highlighted into their client if they don't plan to have a console release eventually. That would be nice. I do most of my off-stream. I think they said they will. I do most of my off-stream gaming on the PS5 or mobile. My PC is mostly used for stream time. I prefer to sit on the couch. I plugged my PS5 controller in via USB and it popped right up and all the buttons are appropriately highlighted, so. Game for the Magic, stayed for the community. Our timeout's still free around these parts. Of course, Rosa. Thank you for the 5 years. That's been some time. Always a free tenor. Yeah, we've got a, there's a, if you're in the subscriber Discord server, there's a Wuthering Waves thread underneath Gaming General. It looked like it was pretty active when I poked in there to ask some questions before doing the segment today. A lot of folks chatting.
Do you mean I'm not the VIP the magistrate's expecting? Go see for yourself.
Ew. First time seeing such a...
I was surprised too. I've never seen so many non-staff personnel here before. Most of the people here have applied for an audience, but I heard they've all been turned down. Most people...
So this is
Either
the
waiting
true
for.
confidence of our rover. I agree, though. So far, you've been ticking all the boxes in our magistrate's description.
Can holographic messages be pure?
Sure it can.
Have you thought of something, Rover?
Perhaps the magistrate did not know who her guest was.
You mean... I can't really keep up with your thoughts.
Same here. Anyway, our magistrate's the best lead we have for now, no matter what she has in store for Rover.
What do you think, Rover? Are you in a hurry to recover your memories? In
Oh,
that
certainly.
case, how about meeting with the magistrate first? We're not allowed to go with you. Shizia and I will be right outside the city hall. We'll be waiting for you.
That's right. We're not going anywhere. Just give us a shout if anything goes down. Wait, no, we won't be able to hear ya. Plus, they've got this rule about not yelling inside the city hall.
I'm not the VIP the magistrate's expecting.
All right, gamers, that wraps up our sponsored hour, courtesy of the Twitch bounty board. I appreciate the folks that hung out through that. Check out Wuthering Waves or chat in the Discord if you're looking to play it some more. I am going to be off for the weekend. I'm going to be off Monday, too, during the day. It is Memorial Day weekend here in the United States, so Christy's off work. And I'm heading out to the camper with the wife and the family this weekend. So I'll be back Tuesday in the morning. We'll be doing some snapping.
Stopping to
Appreciate
relax
everybody
once
that
in
hung
a
out.
while.
If you want some of the
So
best
it's your
post-OTA
stronger
stuff from me,
resonance with
there'll be highlights up on the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel this weekend, and the Hoaglandia Stamp channel have a best decks breakdown that I will record tonight once we have some more data populate there. So I'm gonna actually record it. I brought an extra microphone and webcam out to the camper with me. I'm gonna record it tonight once some data's built up. We'll have the editor put it together. So I'll catch y'all on Tuesday. Peace, folks.
Did you manage to see the magistrate? I got to see Lady Sanwa.